Welcome back to Nintagious. How you guys doing tonight? I think we're set to go. My chatbot was trying to update. I think it's all set though. Let's give it try one of those and see what happens. Okay, it's a little slow, but it's working. Excuse me. I'm a little worried that I'm gonna be a bit of a zombie this stream. As keeping in with the theme of this week, I just haven't been sleeping super well. I almost canceled tonight, but I really didn't want to. I knew that if I canceled tonight and moved it to tomorrow, I was gonna be just as tired tomorrow, and it wasn't gonna matter. So I was like, let's just keep going. I do want to get this game done. I'm enjoying this game a lot. It's still like top 10 indie games for me. But it's also like overstaying its welcome like a teeny bit. Like I'm kind of ready for it to be done. Kind of ready to move on and do something else with our time. So first thing, I don't fully remember where we are. We do have a shop day to do. I remember that we got to the last checkpoint in the dungeon. I know that was the last thing we did. But we'll do the shop day first and see where that takes us. Let me see. I did pixels. James, Senior Sheep, Looney, JMT, Happy Lux. How's everybody doing? It's good to have you tonight. Anyone else who's lurking about or watching offline, it's good to have you as well. James, you said the Squeak Squad's theme is nostalgic for you. It's sad that we only have a couple more days left of that before we have to change it for August. Which I still have to decide what August's music is gonna be. I think I mentioned Monster Hunter Night, that like what I was planning on using, I can't find a good extension of. So that might kind of make that not plausible. Gonna have to dig around and see what else I can find. Funny thing is that I already have September's music picked out. But that's mostly because September's gonna have like a theme, like, which I might decide not to do. We talked about this a bit yesterday, I think. I've been throwing around the idea of doing all speedruns for September. Well, mostly speedruns. It probably wouldn't be all speedruns. I'm currently thinking what would happen is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday would be speedruns, and then Thursday and Friday would be something else. It's gonna be a pretty big sale day. Let's do it. Excuse me. Everything must go. Everything's still in high demand, so we're gonna make a ton of money. Yeah, just everything is in high demand. Goddamn, 850K he stole from the register. Eeks. I don't know if that fully makes sense. Shouldn't he only be able to steal from today's sales? Wouldn't that make a little bit more sense? It's not like I started the day and put all of my money in the register, right? Actually, that was a good trade. I should have taken that. Fuck. Oh well. I don't think I had enough of these things, actually, come to think of it. But she was wanting to trade things that I actually need, so... Go. I really don't like that new type of customer that you need to tend to them. Because it's like... It doesn't add anything. You just have to walk up to him and press A. It's just like a stalling mechanic. No, I'm not going to the second dungeon to get you fucking lumber. That's not happening. I'm not going to the fire dungeon to destroy 10 of those. Like, no. I'm also not doing that. Get those quests out of here. No. No. Oh my god. I really wish you could disable this, too. I wish you could just turn off the quest counter. I just feel like they're definitely not worth my time. Man, like, no one's coming in. Like, it's a very slow day. Where they're only coming in for fucking quests. Oh my god. I mean, everything is selling, though, I guess. Oh my god. It's constant. It's the other thing that bothers me, I guess, is that it happens a little too frequently. At least make it that my helper person can go tend to them, too. Bird. The bird I'm kind of okay with. It's also annoying, but at least it's something kind of like dynamic. Hey Coulter, how's it going? I'm heavily considering starting a Pokemon Nuzlocke next week. My plan was to finish this up and then give Risk of Rain a break. Then I was gonna fill those slots with Graveyard Keeper and Automachef. now I think layering that many indie games is maybe not a great idea. I should probably just take all this stuff down because, yeah, because some of them aren't in demand anymore, so we're gonna have to change that tomorrow anyway. Because, you know, I love playing the indie games, like, and I love playing stuff that other people aren't playing and, like, getting them some exposure, like, but on the other hand, there's no denying that, like, sometimes it holds back, why didn't I just have those equipped? Whatever. Sometimes it just holds back, like, viewership, right? Like, not as many people come to check out this stuff like this, so really sticking to indie, doing a bunch of indie stuff is maybe not the best idea. So I was thinking about giving one of the nights Pokemon, and then sticking the other night to indie. We'll see, though. Your bird crapped on your arm last night, and you don't trust her anymore? How does, can you train them to, like, do that? Like, to go to their cage to do that? Or will they just do it wherever the hell they want? Like, I don't know anything about raising birds, despite the fact that my father had birds for a while. It was also during I didn't interact with him much in that period of time. So I didn't really have exposure to him. I have a good friend I've known for like 20 years that had birds for a long time too, but that was an acquaintance I made online, so still didn't have any interactions with those. Alright, so boots are done, right? So we need those scraps and then those other scraps. Okay. We're gonna need more of those bars, too. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? You should know. I take it you don't train them in any way then, personally. I guess my point is like cats, you kind of teach them to know this is your litter box, this is where you do this. I guess birds aren't like that. Aren't birds supposed to be like super smart though? So you'd think that you could do that. Or maybe I'm naive. So I need those cloth scraps, which is in like the fire dungeon or something. And then I need those for that, which I just sold a bunch of those because fuck me. I really wish you could know how frequently this guy changes his wares. Oh, your family just kind of came home one day with a bird and left you with most of the responses. That sucks. So it wasn't even something you were like, I want a bird. They just kind of did it. It's unfortunate. To be fair, I guess it's a good example of how that happens in both ways. A lot of people think it's only ever that cliche of the kids want the dog, and then they promise to take care of it, and then the father winds up taking care of it and resenting it for it. And it's not always like that. Sometimes the parents are the ones that get the pet, and the kid winds up with all the... And the kid didn't want a pet. Like, sometimes that is a thing. Okay. It's in this one, right? Yeah, fireproof cloth. That's what we're looking for. Eight of them, ideally. 8 of them and then 15 of those, okay. Fortunately, all of my armor's closer to max level than I thought. So that's gonna be helpful. This is a desert dungeon, right? Yeah. I was afraid I still had, like, 5 or 6 stages left of armor upgrades. I only have, like, 3. That's not too bad. She's a bit of a turd sometimes, like most pet birds are. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard that they're not necessarily the best companions. I'm sure there are some that are, but I know that, like I said, like I know both people I've known that have had birds have since reached a point where they were like, I don't want to have a pet bird anymore. Like, so that, I feel like that tells you a lot. Alright, so there's no reason to, like, grab all this stuff, right? Because I don't need it. And selling it's not gonna be... We'll grab that because we can break the curse and find out what the fuck it is. It might be more cloth. So back on the subject of Nuzlockes, I have decided, we talked about this a couple nights ago, I don't remember what night it was, I have decided that we're gonna do Generation 2. I don't know if it's going to be a randomizer or not. What do you guys think? I kind of think if it's only the first 2 generations, then a randomizer's not going to add that much to it. I feel like randomizers are significantly better in later generations, where... Not necessarily later generations, but... Because clearly it gets more difficult to do them then, but, the more Pokemon you have access to, the more crazy the randomizer is going to be, right? I only needed 8, right? So I think we're good already. We'll take these actually. Fuck it, we'll take the jelly too. Why not? Alright, we'll leave everything else behind. Let's get out of here. That's all we needed. Let's not spend longer here than we need to. You have a fake... Oh, you have a cage for fake birds that you used for decor. And we just put her in there. That's why I try to take her out of her cage a lot. Yeah. How expensive are cages? I guess I don't know. I feel like they can't be that expensive. But maybe they are. Do both of those. You can take all 8, because I don't necessarily want to, I don't want to keep any of them, so take it. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess I don't know what sort of functionality cages need. So I guess I don't know what the difference would be. So I need those. Which I think I just sold a whole bunch of them, which was stupid. Let's just go back down into the dungeon. I don't think we necessarily have enough to do a sale day. I mean, we could. We have stuff. We're gonna go straight to the starting entrance. Because we found out that one bar we need only drops on, like, earlier levels. What was I saying? Yeah, with the Nuzlocke. I feel like only having 2 generations of Pokemon in second gen, obviously, is just gonna make the randomizer not necessarily interesting. We're still gonna wind up with a lot of the same stuff, right? If I remember right, second generation also has that problem where first and second generation have a problem where if you don't encounter a Pokemon until they're in their 40s, level-wise, they don't learn anything until that level. So, what's a good example? It's like a later game Pokemon. An Onix. I don't think that works for second generation, because you can trade for an Onix really early. But I know in, like, first generation, you don't see Onix until, like, in like, the 20s, at least, right? So if that's one of your starter options, and you pick an Onix, since you're not meant to have that Pokemon that early, he's not going to learn anything until you catch up on those levels, because they just didn't design it so that they are learning moves at that level, because you're not supposed to have them at that point anyway. Which kind of breaks the randomizer functionality a little bit. Because then you're gonna wind up with Pokemon that just don't learn anything, and only are gonna have one move. I think second generation has that problem too, but now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more, it might not. Easy enough to find out. I can just look up move lists. But I specifically remember when I was younger, I remember trying to use a Game Shark to, like, get Pokemon I wasn't supposed to have otherwise. And I remember picking something up like that, where it was like, you weren't meant to have one until later, and therefore they just didn't learn any moves. They were basically useless. And I was like, oh, okay. That's a thing. Oh, I forgot to stash that material before I left. That was stupid. Non-randomized sound interesting since no one does it that way, but at the same time it might be boring since there's no chance of crazy stuff happening. Yeah, I think it depends on the generation there. I haven't played second generation in 20 years. And I haven't played third generation in that amount of time either. So it might not be too boring, just because I haven't experienced those games in a really long time. But yeah, you're right. That makes sense. That's why when we played Fire Red, that's why I was like, I'm gonna do a randomizer, because everyone's played Fire Red, right? Like, everyone's played first generation. I think that would have absolutely been boring if I just played it normal. Yeah, 250 is still a lot, but on the other hand, I'm probably going... I would enable that thing where it, like, balances it a little bit more, and tries to trade Pokemon of equal value, so that it doesn't get completely broken. Because the whole concept of, like, having what you had happen, where you see a legendary on, like, the second trainer in the game, and you're just immediately fucked, that doesn't sound terribly fun to me. That just sounds stupid and frustrating. So I'd probably do that thing where it can only give you Pokemon of, like, equal value, just to keep it from getting too insane. Which is gonna limit things then, so 250 might not actually be that much. Oh my god. Oh, you mean with things like not learning things at lower levels? Because they introduced breeding? That makes sense. Yeah, it might have been a thing that was fixed by then, but I remember it being a thing in first gen. Yeah, it might be fine in second. Gimme! Oh, my inventory's full. That's why they're not absorbing them a little bit faster. Also, how is YouTube acting? I was watching a few streams before we started, and some of them were buffering like fucking crazy. Others weren't, though, so maybe it wasn't YouTube? I don't know. I mean, even if it's doing it, there's not a whole lot I can fucking do to fix it, so... it's kind of irrelevant, I guess. Charged attack amulet. That sounds like a thing I won't use. Let me see. Why are these all not stacked correctly? I mean, it bugs the shit out of me when that happens. Just charged attack damage the more they're charged. Yeah, I'll never use that. It's like barely even worth picking up. Could I sell it? Oh boy, 1 gold. Hot damn. We haven't gotten any of those bars yet, so I'm getting fucked on that. Yeah, I'm currently thinking we might not do, even though we'll do a Nuzlocke, and it'll probably be a Nuzlocke with safeties, because I still would like to like finish the game, right? I don't think they're going to be randomizers for, like, the foreseeable future, though, because it's been so long since I've played second gen. I'm basically planning on, we'll do a second gen one since we've already done a first gen. Then we'll do third, then we'll do fourth. And all of them I haven't played in a very long time, so I kind of want to just experience them the way they are. I think the potential appeal of doing second-gen randomizer is the fact that it's already, for all intents and purposes, first-gen, right? Like, you still run into a lot of first-gen Pokemon, for better or worse. Bars. We want the bars. Let's get rid of this. Don't necessarily want those as desperately. A7. You were too many. Yeah, I noticed that one comment was like really delayed, and I was like, I think YouTube might be doing its thing tonight. Yeah, I was watching... I had View and Flapper up. View's stream was lagging like crazy. Flapper's stream was totally fine. So, I was like, either View's having a problem, which it didn't sound like it, because it didn't sound like anyone else was having a problem. Unless no one was saying anything, which I guess happens sometimes. Or YouTube's just having a night. I feel like it's been having a night for the past 4 months. Like... let's get rid of these, I guess. We're not gonna bother with any of those. Oh wait, how much, well, we haven't even found any of the one thing we needed. That sucks. This game is torturous sometimes. It's got that Monster Hunter Desire sensor going. Damn it. I don't want you. Kinda wanna leave already, but I still need a bunch of stuff. Oh, were you planning on streaming tonight? Because of how YouTube's acting, or are you just not feeling it? That happens. I feel like a lot of streamers don't talk about that, but that's very much a thing, where some nights you're just not feeling it. For multiple reasons. Some nights it's just you don't feel like playing that particular game, which can sometimes be fixed. You could just be like, fuck it, I'm playing this instead. Sometimes you just don't want to deal with people. Like... Sometimes you're just like, man, I'm not in the mood to be social tonight, and that's essentially what it is. A lot of, for lack of a better way of putting it, a lot of boomers would probably laugh when they hear you act like something like this is being social, but it essentially is. That's, you are all very real people that I'm interacting with. That's something that having, ow. That's something that having my 2 off nights spread out has helped with a lot. It gives me more frequent breaks, which just seems to carry me longer. Why are these not stacked? Jesus. Just don't want to deal with YouTube's issues. Yeah. Yeah. Especially because you had issues with, like, dropped frames a couple nights ago, right? Yeah, it's a thing. I feel like ever since they shut down for COVID and sent all their workers home, that things have just gone off the rails, like, really hard. Like, they clearly did not have their system in a way that would be able to survive something like this. The glue started getting old and falling apart, and the rubber bands started breaking. And they were just like, eh. Where are they gonna go? Mixer? Ha! it's interesting that, like... Actually, these should be stacked, too. Holy shit, what? We were talking a couple weeks ago about how, like, I feel like YouTube and Twitch almost have an unspoken truce. Where Twitch is like, well, we got live streaming under control. We're not gonna mess with VODs as long as you guys don't mess with streaming. And I think they're kind of like... They're both waiting to see if the other tries to do anything before they actually start trying to be, like, hyper-competitive about it. On the other hand, I feel like competition would be good, because that would actually force them to improve a little bit. This guy gives me fucking PTSD for that one Awakening boss. He only splits once, but still. Get the fuck off of me. That was fun. In little teeny quotation marks. At least it's not terribly difficult, it's just annoying. I used all of this hot spring already, didn't I? I did not. Free. Hey, Twain. Such an agreement would violate federal antitrust laws. I hope they do start getting competitive. I don't think they actually I think it's an unspoken agreement. I think they realize, like... I think YouTube is not striving to make their streaming better because they know if they do, that that's gonna make Twitch... It's gonna force Twitch's hand, and they're gonna have to start making better VODs to compete. Because if YouTube had Twitch-quality streaming and the VODs... What reason would there to be to stick with Twitch, other than being a hipster and being like, no, I refuse. There is the Amazon Prime thing, but yeah, in terms of, like, looking at it in a vacuum, right? Just like... It's not streaming service, not video. Entertainment service versus entertainment service, I guess. Oh, the monsters can fall in the pits, too. I don't think I've seen them randomly die like that, but I never put together what was killing them. Curious. Gimme. Yeah, and the same goes for Twitch. If Twitch suddenly decided we're gonna offer video on demand, like a bit like functionality, and did it just as good as YouTube, then why would YouTube need to exist? Because Twitch would just do it better in every way. It would definitely force them to be competitive, which, yeah, I think would be healthy, because it would force them both to actually improve. Whereas currently, I don't think they have a reason to improve, so they just don't, because they're like, well, what's it matter? They have their corners of the market, and they're totally okay with that. this enemy. Just like many of these enemies. But especially that enemy. Okay, let me see. We're gonna send these home before, like, something bad happens to them. For starters. We got 2 curse breakers, so we're gonna use those to break these. And stack those. Alright, the liquid and the liquid doesn't sell for shit, so we're just gonna drop those. Skulls don't sell for shit either, so we can leave those behind. Bone fragment, I guess we can also leave behind, because they don't sell for a lot. Okay, we got another curse breaker here, and then we got a duplicator. I don't think we're gonna bother with that. I think what we're gonna do here is we're gonna grab you, but we're not gonna do anything with you yet. Hold on. If we break this, we can stack these. Gives us a slight bit more space to work with. Stop picking things up. I wish you could... like, you can tell this playthrough's lasting a little bit too long, because it's starting to get to a point now where I'm like, it's just turning into a wish list of things I wish they would improve. Like, I wish you could have a filter on your inventory and say, just don't pick this up. Set it to, like, if something sells for under 5,000 gold, don't pick it up. Wow, he didn't die. Cause yeah, it's just like, it's busy work just constantly having to get rid of all this shit. No, stop. I feel like grabbing that. Well, if YouTube's having a night, I should probably commit to the idea of only having like 20 views tonight or something. Should probably just be like, well, that's just a thing that's gonna happen. Let's just get used to it now. Which I feel like that's happened with Moonlighter multiple times. Where it's just been a bad night for YouTube, and then I wind up with, like, no views. You wish, what, like the Game Boy games or on Virtual Console? I really want them to release a Switch Online Game Boy thing. Like, I really, really, really want them to do that. I feel like they will eventually, right? But it's just, I wish they'd do it sooner rather than later. And get all the good shit on there. Don't make us wait fucking years while you slowly trickle it on. Just put it on there. feel like with Moonlighter, most people just don't know what it is. That's the case with most that's the downside with most indie games. And I find that a lot of people, especially in the YouTube community, if they don't know what it is, they don't care what it is. Like, that doesn't make them curious and think, huh, what's this? Let's check this out. It just makes them go, I don't know what that is. Hey, look, that person's playing Mario Maker. Let's go watch that instead. And it, like, no one's curious to actually see new things. You only had that issue once, JMT, right? With the dropped frames? That just kind of happens some nights, to be honest. So, I mean, it could potentially be your internet. If it happens a lot, it could potentially be that. If you guys remember, like, 2 years ago when I started streaming, I had that issue where my internet would just, like, drop out for no reason throughout the night. We're just not getting anything we need, and I'm starting to get frustrated. Oh, it's just because you were wireless? That's possible, yeah. Wired might help. And yeah, it does discourage streamers from trying new things. That's why you see so many... Like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. That's why there's so many streamers that just play Mario Maker, because there's no reason to play anything else, because no one watches anything else. Like... It's a problem that causes itself. But yeah, what it comes down to is, like, this is the sacrifice I'd rather make. I'd rather suffer in views a little bit, but have fun doing it, than play something I'm not gonna have fun with just to get views. I've tried that angle. I tried playing Splatoon just cause it'll get views, and I didn't have fun. That's a lot of curse breakers. What can I do with that? What can I do with that? I feel like I just need to not bring this dimensional garbage back, because I have so much of that that I'm probably never gonna need anymore. Getting those things is definitely more important, because we need these. Now, what I need to start doing, and doing better about, is finding a middle ground. I need to start finding stuff that is a little bit more mainstream and will bring in views, but I will still have fun with it. I think that's totally possible. The two things I've singled out for that are Pokemon, which is why I was talking about maybe starting a Nuzlocke next week, and Fire Emblem Three Houses. I feel like that would do pretty well, and I've really been wanting to do a second playthrough of that. So I need to find more stuff like that that actually ticks both boxes, instead of... I've been veering completely towards, I want to play this, and I don't give a shit if people are going to watch it or not, and I should be trying to strike a middle ground at some way. Because ultimately, why it matters is... if I'm not pulling in the viewership from something more mainstream, then no one's here to experience these new titles that I'm trying to get new exposure for, right? So you gotta, it's like, it's a balance. It was pretty funny to see Twain as a lawyer playing Phoenix Wright, and then seeing a couple other quote-unquote lawyers pop up and do the same thing weeks later. Has that been a thing? I don't think I've seen anyone doing that personally, but you follow way more people than I do. I mean, to be fair, it was kind of a thing before Twain ever did it. Because that's how people found Twain doing it, was because they were looking for that exact niche of, we want to see what actual lawyers have to say about this game. Hey Paul, how's it going? It would help if Paul didn't ruin chat with puns. It would help. Oh, really? To like, seeing other people do it? I mean, like, yeah, I know it was definitely a thing prior. I didn't know that other people have been doing it since. Fuck. What? You've got to be kidding me. On the other hand, like, I personally would, like... I don't know. I would like that, personally. If like, sure, copycats. But, from a stream... Because of the way the streaming, like, community is, and how there are so many streamers that just play, like... low resistance games. If other streamers started playing things I was playing, it's just therefore causing them to branch out and play new games, I would be thrilled with that, personally. Now, I guess the issue there is, are they using the same, for lack of a better way of putting it, bait, and saying, oh, I'm a lawyer too! Like, when it's not necessarily true, you know what I mean? And that's a bit of a cheesy thing to do. I always think it's funny that Twain refers to titling the streams like that as bait, and I'm like, but it's truth! You're not making it up, you are an actual lawyer, like, that's... It's not really clickbait. It'd be clickbait if you were like... Well, I worked at I was a secretary for a lawyer once. Then it would be fucking clickbait, right? Or, well, I watch a lot of law TV shows. It's like, that's clickbait then. Oops, still another room down here. I am just not getting a lot of stuff on this run. We should probably get out of here, though. At this point. Yeah, I'll take that. Alright, yeah, let's get out of here. You'd never heard of Ace Attorney until Twain played it? Really? Huh. Surprised by that. And yeah, JMT, exactly. You said it'd be like if you started playing Kamiko to learn the game to potentially speedrun it, no one would show up. Yeah, because, like, your friends, allies, fans, they will show up because they'll be into watching you play anything, right? And that's basically what's happening here. You guys will show up because you're interested in mostly anything I play. But I'm not pulling in... you guys all typically already have an open mind, is maybe the thing. So I'm not necessarily, like, doing any good there, I guess. Might be oversimplifying it, though. But you know what I mean. Toss this in here. I don't have enough of these things to go trade yet. Okay. I want to keep catching up with chat before I run out for another dungeon. Oh, if you look at those older vids, there aren't many full playthroughs of it. It's just lawyers reacting to the gameplay, which is probably, like, not as interesting at all. Happy mode lawyers are embracing gaming. Gaming has a stigma in our community. Most of my colleagues have no idea what I do, and I'd never tell them. Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You have a copycat that has not only stolen game ideas, but backgrounds, layouts, and shadows you, and they... Wow. I think I know who you're talking about, because I think you've told me about it before, where they tend to regularly play games, like, right after you finish them. Which is funny, because, to be blunt, aren't they a way bigger channel than you are? So it's not like... So what are they trying to get at? You know what I mean? It's not like you have 30,000 subs and they have 300 and they're trying to ride your coattails. Aren't they already significantly larger of a channel? So, like, why? You haven't told me about the backgrounds and layouts, though. You've told me about the one that always seems to play games after you play them. Oh, maybe I don't know who you're talking about, then. And yeah, I don't know, it's tough, because, like, I've watched streamers play things, and I'm like, huh, I should play this game, too. Like, as much as View kinda is broken on it now and doesn't want to continue playing it, which is understandable based on what I've seen, watching him play Wonderful 101 has made me want to play it, too. And I'm like, but I should probably wait a little bit before I do that. I shouldn't just start it this weekend, because he only just dropped it. That's just gonna kind of look bad. Maybe not bad, but wrong. Maybe not even wrong. You know what I'm getting at. We're gonna go ahead and upgrade our weapon really quick. Because we have the shit. Alright, basically trading for, like, everything. Hey Logan, how's it going? Yeah, to a point, I think what you're getting at, Paul, is that's business, right? I mentioned before, that's why I very quickly, back when I was looking into game development, that's why I very quickly realized I don't want anything to do with making mobile games. Because that's all the mobile game market is. It's one person having a good idea, and then everybody else steals that idea and makes copycat games to try and profit off of it. Like, it's really gross and off-putting. You don't really see that in other, like, in actual gaming formats as much. But in mobile, that seems to be a big thing. It's find what other people are doing and take it, and not even try to do it better, just do the same thing. It seems to just kind of constantly be that. It's kind of weird. got groceries today, you basically just been eating toast and microwaved hot dogs for the last week. You must feel like you're dying. That's true, Twain. Even if they are bigger, they might be just stealing things from other streamers, too, to get that far. Is it that same? We're gonna have to talk about this off stream, then. Because I'm thinking you're talking about someone entirely different. And I don't think we're talking about the same person here. That's funny, though, that they tried a just chatting thing, but they have no one... They don't have a community, so they're just sitting there. That's, like... It's not funny, but you know what I'm getting at. That's the thing I'm worried about with, like, what I want to do with... I want to try this Smash Lock thing, right? But I'm concerned that if I set it to regulars only, not enough people are going to show up, and I'm just going to look like an ass if I'm sitting there and randos want to play, and I'm just like, no randos. Even though there's only one regular that wants to play. That just looks shitty, right? You have to be self-aware and know that's going to look bad and then not do it. Quite frankly, I curse you, Paul, for making me type that fraud's name. I don't think I follow any of this stuff you're talking about with the comedians. I haven't really watched any comedians in a really long time. Alright, Dungeon. Dungeon again. Excuse me. We're gonna go down to, like, floor 4 or something now. And I guess that's what I'm getting at, is that, like, yeah, surely just stealing someone's idea or layout or format, that's bad in every way, right? But I think somebody taking a format and putting their own spin on it is totally fine. Like, that's just taking inspiration, right? At least have the decency to say, hey, this is a thing. Like, not to keep bringing up View because he's not here, but he's told the story before about, like, he based his format on other creators that he watched that he really liked the way they did content. So he didn't just take the way they did it. He took that and he found a way to twist it and to make it his own thing. And he acknowledges the fact that, yes, it's heavily inspired by this person. That's, like, the correct way to do it. Nah, I guess I'll take him. Fuck it. Fuck it. I've never seen that show. I remember hearing, like, good things about it. What I think is funny is when it wasn't a stolen joke, it's just they both had the same idea. Sometimes that happens too. Sometimes two people just have similar ideas. Now you can kind of tell when that's the case, but when it comes to like social media, people, it's so easy to just be like, oh, they stole this. It's like, what if it was just the same idea? I think South Park did that once, where they had an episode and someone was like, this is the exact same plot of this movie, and they were like, okay. So someone else had the same idea. We didn't think it was that good of an idea to begin with anyway, so what's the big deal? Like, whatever. Two people had very similar ideas, it's fine. He had a friend who had his entire short film ripped off by some dude in California. The only difference was that the dude changed his name in the credits. I remember talking about this, like, a couple weeks ago. But, like, back in the day, before DeviantArt was a fucking joke of a platform, and I actually uploaded art onto it, art theft was a thing. Yeah, people would just grab your work, they'd take your signature out, and then they'd try to pass it off on as their own. And at first I was like, oh, can you believe the fucking balls on this asshole? Like, it was infuriating. But now I look back and I'm like, they didn't get anywhere with it, so why does it matter? Because they're not going to be able to duplicate that work. If they take something I did and said, I did this, and then somebody says, oh, I want to hire you to do more like that, they're going to be like, fuck, I can't. So it's not that it doesn't matter, but it's like, they're not going to get anywhere with it. They're going to get caught eventually. Why was there jelly here? That was weird. No! Not like this. Familiar amulet. What's that? Takes some of the carrier force and gives it to their companions? I don't really like the sound of that. Unless it makes them hit stupid hard. Yeah, the Simpsons Did It episode was, like, kind of about that. About, like, someone's always done it. Someone has come up with that idea before. And if you constantly worry about, did somebody else do this, then you're probably never going to create anything. Like, that was kind of the... It's kind of funny how some South Park episodes have very good, like, meanings and messages behind them. That was part of why I lost interest in South Park, is those messages started getting very... not necessarily political. Sometimes it was political, but sometimes it was just controversial. And they got so far up their own ass with, like, trying to deliver that message that it stopped being a good message. And I was like, alright, I'm done. Found a lawsuit, he puffed out his chest and claimed you weren't a lawyer. You gave him your bar number and he deleted that video really fast. Yeah, that's a good point, Paul. 30, 40 years ago? Yeah, it was a lot easier to get away with shit like that. Now it's very difficult. But yeah, back on the positive side of it, like, I think it's totally okay to be inspired by somebody else. And like I said, like, find a way to say, I like the way they did this. I want to find a way to do that, but make it my own thing. The issue is that people try to do it without communicating, maybe? Look at Twain and I, for example. I had this idea about Smash Locks, and he was like, I want to give that a shot. I didn't say, hey, that's my fucking idea, step off. I was like, yes, give it a try. Let's see how it goes. Like, turn it into a collaborative effort. If he would have just done it without saying anything to me, I probably would have been like, that's a little... I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, if I decide, if we stream a Smash Lock and then I find out that other streamers are doing it and they didn't talk to me about it first, they didn't give me credit, they didn't say, hey, he's the guy that came up with this idea, then that's gonna be pretty shitty. Now, if View is watching, again, not to keep bringing him up as an example, if let's use Seven as an example. If Seven's watching and she's like, this is really cool, I want to try streaming Smash like this, what do you think? I'm gonna be like, yeah, give it a shot. See how you like it. Get Murphy in on it, could be a fun time. If she just does it without saying anything, I'm probably gonna be like, okay, what the fuck? Like, that's a little... It's like, basically ask permission, I guess, but I also don't like the way of phrasing it like that, because it's like I don't own the idea, right? It's just common courtesy, common social courtesy of treating other people like people. What a concept, right? See, that's why I think that is the underlying issue with why I don't like how many people just stream Mario Maker. Because I feel like they're all just copying each other. There's not an original idea in that. It's just everybody being like, I'll do that too because I'll grow. That's shitty. They're all just copying it. Like, there's no one twists it in their own way where they're like, well, I'm gonna do this to make it different. It's just everyone's like, viewer levels, lol, exclamation point ad. It's like there's no creative force behind that. It's all just the same thing. And that's boring. Boring and unimaginative. And the same goes for, like, Splatoon and stuff, too, really. Shiny hunts. That's another one. That's like, you see people doing shiny hunts and you're like, how are you making this different than the other people that do it? Or are you just doing the same thing? That's the way I think of things. I think of, if I'm gonna do a shiny hunt, I need to find a way to make it my own thing. And make it more, like, make it, not necessarily more interesting or better, but I need to make it different. In some way. Why is there no music? I need music. Keep it going. You worry about that with thumbnails because I'm not good enough with them? Like, obviously someone used that thumbnail before. Like, in general, or just for the Phoenix Wright VODs, or... No, I'm worked up about infringement. Give me some filing papers. Twain's gonna sue the person ripping off 7. Oh wow, he comes to your stream and then will literally leave and go and start his own stream playing the... Message me what this guy's name is, because I really thought you were talking about someone else. Huh, I don't even know who that is, to be honest. Yeah, I thought you meant someone entirely different. Because you've mentioned before seeing streamers be like, without dropping a name, because I don't even remember what the name was, but I remember once that, I think it was that you played Lion King, and then like the next day someone else was playing it, and you were like, gee, what a coincidence. I don't think that was this person, though. But yeah, there's no denying what you showed me on Discord. That's the exact same layout. That really is the exact same layout. That's not he took the same idea and recreated it with his own spin. It's the same image. And unless you got that from like Streamlabs OBS, if you grabbed that from Streamlabs OBS anyway, that was as simple as them just finding the same thing and using it too, right? I would assume you actually like made that graphic in some way, which tells me that he went through your streams until he was able to find that graphic with you not in the picture so that he could rip it out and use it. Which is... yikes. This game's music is really good for, like, background music, for, like, just hanging and conversing. That was Twain's "Give me my super suit" moment. Yeah, get me the filing papers. Honey, where are my filing papers? Oh, man. Your stream thumbnails in general. I feel like a lot of us... So... I remember a long time ago, before Mario Maker 2 came out, I heard somebody, like, take a shot at the whole community, where they were like, hey, when Mario Maker 2 comes out, could we maybe not all use the exact same fucking thumbnail? Surprise, people all use the same exact fucking thumbnail. But on one hand, you want that iconic image, right? You want it in there somewhere because you want people to be able to look at the thumbnail and immediately know what game you're playing. Even as an artist, I don't like the idea of making a fully custom thumbnail for every game, because then people are going to look at it and they're not immediately going to know what game it is. Nothing can compare to just having a screenshot of the game there, right? Or like the box art. And then people can just look at it and be like, oh, that's Link's Awakening. Whereas if I tried to do an elaborate set piece of a location in Link's Awakening with my character there instead of Link, but still wearing the cap and everything, people are going to be like, well, it's a Zelda game, but I don't know which Zelda game it is. You know, you get what I mean? So to a point, I feel like we have to use that stuff, but then we have to add our own spin to it to make it pop. I think you do a pretty fine job of that, because I can typically look at my subfeed and I know which thumbnail is the Students of Gaming thumbnail, right? I don't have to look at my subfeed for an hour because I'm like, damn, I just can't find Twain's streams. Oh, you went Googling for an animated background. Took me a while to find a free one you liked and could download. So yeah, it kind of seems like even then he went looking for the exact same one. I find it hard to believe that he just coincidentally found the exact same one. Especially when he comes to your streams, like, every day. That's kind of... that's kind of sus. Yeah, exactly. You can make you use that screenshot as a part of the thumbnail. You don't make the screenshot the thumbnail. That's what a lot of Mario Maker streamers do. They just take that same image from Mario Maker 2 and they just make that the thumbnail and they just add like a number in the corner. Sometimes they don't even do that. It's like, do something. That's why I made it like nested in my thumbnail. So, like, it's there, but it's not, like, the key drawing element of what the thumbnail is that makes the thumbnail unique. But it's still there so you can look at the screen and be like, oh, that's what he's playing. Like, that identification is important. Even as far as, like, logo goes, I could do, like, custom logo, like, custom texts for everything and be like, I'm gonna always use, like, the text I use for the layout, I could always use that and have the game title written out, but that's still not as immediately telling as a visual. Again, to use Mario Maker as an example, Mario Maker 2 has that very distinct yellow color to the graphic, right? So when you see a thumbnail that's that color, you know it's going to be Mario Maker 2. And that's good. That's a good thing, because it makes it pop. And it makes it that people immediately know what it is. So yeah, you don't want to go all out and make every... Like I said, I wouldn't want to make a full-blown a full custom piece of artwork for every game playthrough I do. Because one, it would take a ton of time. And two, it would reach a point where it's convoluted. People wouldn't be able to look at it and immediately know what the game is. So it's not helpful. I'm still just not... 3 of these fucking things. Let's put them up there to make sure we keep them if we die. I don't think it's gonna happen, but... I think that's the message here, right? Is make it your own. Just make things your own. Make the streams your own. Make the thumbnails your own. Make the layout your own. You can look at another person's layout and be like, I like this layout. I want to kind of, I want to do, like, you pick and choose, right? Get a little bit here, a little bit there, and then you amalgamize it, I'm pretty sure I'm making that word up, into your own thing. You can look at Twain's layout and be like, I like how he has chat. Then you can look at Seven's layout and be like, I like how she has her camera. And then you can look at View's layout and be like, oh, I like the actual like visual design of the background. And then you can kind of like take those elements you like and create your own thing with it. That's not necessarily stealing, that's just finding inspiration. But no, what that guy's doing looks like it's basically just stealing. Has anyone called him out on it? What's it like? I'm curious to know what his defense is if anyone tries to say, if anyone calls him out. Like, does he just try to be like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about? It's not a word, but you're pretty sure you use it too. Is amalgamation even a word? I feel like that's such a non-word. It's one of those words where every time I look at it, I'm like, that's a weird fucking word. Why is this a thing? Who designed this word, and why? Right, you can't do that while you're in the thing. Oh, it is a word? Nice. Nailed it. You like playing the game and then the next day's thumbnail's a graphic from something that just happened in the previous stream. I think that can work, yeah. You still have to be careful of it being... You can't get too artsy with it, Because again, if you get too artsy with it, people are gonna have trouble realizing what game it is. Can't really think of an example of that. Still gotta, like, include the characters and stuff like that. Believe it or not, there's, like, an art to screenshots. Which is pretty funny. I remember reading about it a long time ago. It was in fucking one of Sakurai's columns, because he always goes on about weird shit like this, and people like me fucking love it, but other people are probably like, this guy's insane. He was talking about how, like... I think it was Smash Brothers Brawl? I think was the one he was talking about? Where he was explaining, like, how to pick a good screenshot to put on the website. Because, like, he was trying to point out, like, some things are just bad screenshots because they don't show you anything. And that's important, especially for something that is a first impression of a game. You need those screenshots to give a good first impression. People need to know what they're looking at. Like, it's a delicate procedure, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I was like, damn, this guy says things that other people are afraid to say. That's for damn sure. Because, yeah, other people are probably just like, this dude's insane. Let's get rid of that and this. What are the other things that don't sell for shit? The skulls? Amalgamate is a word, thus amalgamation must be valid. I've never heard of... I've heard amalgamation, of course, but every time I hear it, I'm like, that's a fucking word. Like, who invented this? I guess I could send these home. That seems kind of silly, but... We're just gonna hold the curses for now. Actually, hold on. We'll take one of these. Take one of these. We found this out last stream, and my mind was fucking blown. But you can split up the curses and use them multiple times. So this curse breaks it breaks the curse that it's pointing at. And then I got 4 of them, so I can split those up and use them 4 different times. Never put that together throughout, like, the entire game. I don't think they tell you that. They're just kind of like... They just kind of let you figure it out. And it just never occurred to me that you could split them up. The thing that sucks is if you split them up, you can't remerge the stack, then. But yeah, it's tremendously useful. Especially for a curse like that. Oh, what did I just pick up? I don't want it. I don't know what it was, but I don't want it. That. Then that random... We got that too, which we can also get rid of. Oh, hi. And then, like I said, back on the plagiarism thing, part of it's just being self-aware, and like when Seven started doing the crafting streams, I think at one point you said something that I should try and do something like that, and part of me was like, that's your thing. Like, wouldn't I kind of be stealing that? But on the other hand, you kind of gave me your blessing on it, didn't you? So why would that hold me back? Even if somebody was like, you stole this idea from Seven, I could just be like, it was her idea to do it. Like, she literally said, hey, you should try this. So, was I stealing it? Or did she willingly give it to me? But still, like, that's the sort of thing that crosses my mind of like again, being self-aware and thinking, have other people done this? Are other people going to think I'm just doing it because they're doing it? With Wonderful 101, if I stream it, is somebody just going to be like, you're only playing this because View is just playing it? When I wanted to start speedrunning, that was a thing. And are people just gonna be like, you're just doing this because Twain does it? Again, it was Twain's peer pressuring me into doing it. It's fine. It was his idea. Every night before I go to sleep, you should speedrun. Do it. Do it. Do it. Speedrun Mega Man 6, it'll be fun. And I'm like, no. No. Yeah, you said that the crafting streams do really well for you too, don't they? Like, way better than you expected them to do. It couldn't hurt. The only thing that holds me back, and I should try to, like... I should try to troubleshoot this and figure out if it would actually work. Why doesn't this shit stack on its own? Get the fuck out of here. I don't think my computer has the power to be able to... Yeah, see, I accidentally split this one, and now I can't put it back. I don't know if my computer has the power to handle the, streaming something like that, because, like, art software takes up so much fucking resources. I should just mess with it and see if I can figure it out. Maybe it'll actually work way better than I'm thinking. Maybe it's something I could totally be doing. But that's the big reason why I haven't tried it. That and, like, lack of ideas. Like, I don't even know what I would do, right? I don't know if I could do a... request things. I'd be bored with that, I think. Like, I don't think that would be interesting. I guess I could do something on Discord where people can drop ideas in, and then I'll just pick from those. But I don't know. I would need, like, a goal, I guess, is what I'm getting at. At least a start. Eventually, the longer I do it, it would just kind of become its own. It'd take on a life of its own, right? But to start, I'd have to have, like, something ready where I'd be like, okay, this is what we're doing. Then let it evolve from there. I couldn't just start and be like, okay, guys, we're gonna draw tonight? What should I draw? Like, I wouldn't be able to do that. Maybe that goes without saying. I doubt you started up a crafting stream and you were just like, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's just, what do you guys think we should do? You probably had something in mind already, where you're like, this is what we're going to do tonight. Maybe that'll be my next big ambition after, this retro series I've been tossing around for a while. Like, maybe once I get that rolling, maybe I'll start looking into stuff like that. Okay, we finally got some more of those. Nice. Ooh, bars. It's only one bar, that's unfortunate, but I still want it. So we're gonna do this. I could curse break it, but that's not terribly useful. Let's break one of these. Because then I can do this. Don't need you. First Charmander streams up to 1.4. Yeah, that's pretty large. That's enough that even Mario Maker streamers would be jealous. Like, I think, I suddenly want to check what my highest view count is. It's a reaction video from, like, an E3, like, 5 years ago or something like that. It's something really random, which is really weird because in the last 2 years, whenever I try to do a reaction video, nobody gives a shit. It's really weird. Like, is it because they're too mainstream now, and back then they weren't? Like, I don't know. Now I try... The last time I did an E3 reaction video, it got, like, 16 views. But this one from 2015 or something has, like, 3,000 views on it. It's really bizarre. Where are analytics? Let me go check that out really quick, because I'm curious. It's been a while since I've checked, so maybe the views are even higher now. Sometimes views are so goddamn, like, just unpredictable. Like, the very first... When Picross S4 came out... You'll find this interesting, Seven. When I decided to stream Picross S4... The first stream I did of that is up to, like, 200-300 views or something crazy like that. Don't know why. Don't know why. Yeah. Nintendo's E3 2014 event, my reaction for that event has 4,900 views. What? How? And then my 2014 the Smash Brothers Direct reaction has 3,600. And then the next one is another Direct in 2014 that has 1,700. It's like a huge fall off. Which I guess 2014 was probably when they announced Smash 4? No. I didn't do a... That was 2013. I didn't do a reaction for that one. That was what made me decide I wanted to do reactions. Because that's when they announced Mega Man. And I was like, holy shit, I wish I had this on camera. And then after that, sadly, like, everything is, like, art videos. Like, what's the highest a live stream is? The highest live stream on here is that one where I played Rockman and Forte, for whatever particular reason. That has 521 views. I have no idea why. And then randomly one of my Smash Ultimate streams has 427 for some reason. Let's put this to... Sorry, we're really going off the rails on this, on this stream right now. If you find this shit interesting, then you're welcome, but if you don't find it interesting, then I apologize. Yeah, what my top 10 within the last 2 years. So stream content wise, Rockman and Forte Smash Ultimate, the Wily Wars, Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, the first time when it came out. Randomly Mextermination Force. I played that game once. I really liked it, but it was really short. It was that, like, Mextermination Force. It was that, like, Contra game style game where you're, like, destroying giant robots. For whatever reason, that's, like, my top 5, like, my 5th highest video. More Monster Hunter. That one time I streamed Paladins for some fucking reason. Another Monster Hunter stream. Smash Brothers, and then Picross. and then Picross is like randomly has 258 views. Like, how the fuck does that even happen? All right, the one thing I really wanted to check while I was here. It's not really giving me what I want to find here. No, stop. I want to find the last time I did a reaction video and find out how many views did that have. Okay, let's just do it this way. The last time I did a reaction was a Nintendo Direct in September of 2019. It actually has 149 views now. That's not terrible. But for a reaction video, that's also not great, I feel. Compared to that old one I had that has over almost 5,000 views. Like, it's probably not even that good of a reaction either. Like, you never know what's gonna explode and resonate with people. That's another reason why I haven't been, like, terribly concerned with, trying to force viewership, because I'm like, you never know what's gonna work and what's not gonna work. Like, sometimes things just explode and really work well. I never expected Dragon Quest Builders 2 to do as well as it did when I streamed that. That and Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, when it came, the first Season 1 of that playthrough, are probably, like, my most successful playthroughs. And I didn't really expect either of them to be that successful. Oddly, Season 2 of Monster Hunter Generations, the one we're doing with Ino and View now, that one's not doing anywhere near as well as the original one did, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, I've been meaning to poke you about Teespring, but I've just haven't had time. Visual novels, man, they have some passionate fan bases. Somebody asked me the other night if I'd ever do a visual novel on stream, and I was like, after I've seen what Twain's gone through with them, no, absolutely not. Oh yeah, you've mentioned that Doki Doki episode before. That's funny. And hey Raiders, how's it going? Let's do, blip. Oh, that isn't gonna work. Yeah, you go ahead and trigger that raid, because it's not gonna work on my end anymore. So that's correct. Huh. So the other night we had an issue with speedruns. Looks like the command isn't working either. I wonder why. We had an issue with speedruns where I hit my splits for beating a boss or something, and it fucked up OBS and forced it to switch scenes. So I disabled hotkeys while OBS is the active window, which now means I can't trigger my raid warning. I'd have to do it like this. I'd have to pick another window and then hit it. Weird stream technicalities that a lot of people would probably never think of being a thing. Really, I should probably just put my splits on something other than the number pad. For whatever reason, the number pad is synced up to switching scenes on OBS, and you can't unhook that. You can't just tell it to not do it. You can't change those hotkeys, which is infuriating. So that was my workaround, was I'll just tell OBS, if you're the active window, disable all hotkeys. You can do that, which seems kind of weird, but it's a thing, I guess. Let's drop do some pixels for 10 likes really quick. How is everyone doing? Thank you for coming along on the raid, by the way. We actually just spent the last like 30 minutes talking about analytics and shit, and sometimes that streams just sometimes your content just gets a ton of views and you don't understand why. And that's just kind of the reality of it sometimes. Because Seven was saying that, that's your most viewed stream, right? Was one of your crafting crochet streams? I think my most viewed video is... What? It was the E3 from 2014 that has almost 5,000 views on it. I don't know why that one in particular resonated with people so much, because when I did a reaction for E3 2019, and there was like 150 views on it. I don't know. You just don't know. Sometimes you don't know what's gonna work. One of my Picross streams is like super high now too, randomly. All right, hold on. Let me back up here. Mike the Enigma, Mayo Gaming. I was looking at your name earlier in View's stream. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Badaskani Andras? I have no idea how to pronounce that, and I probably ruined that. I feel like I'm typically pretty good with figuring out pronunciations. That one is throwing me. I have absolutely no idea. What nationality is that, if you don't mind me asking? Because now I'm really curious. Let me see. Wally, Tash Ting, Scarlet, Crispy, View himself, of course. Ghost of Tsushima. How was that tonight? It's funny. I was saying earlier. I think I very specifically mentioned your name like 3 times this stream so far. So I guess I summoned you here. I guess is what happened. The first one I mentioned was because I guess YouTube's just being finicky tonight. Before the stream, I was watching both you and Flapper. Your stream was lagging like fucking crazy. I refreshed it multiple times and it wouldn't stop. It was still doing it. And Flapper's was totally fine. I was like, I guess YouTube's just doing its thing tonight. It's having its night that has lasted the last 3 months. But aside from that, hopefully the stream was nice. Oh, somebody else did complain about it? I didn't see anyone else mentioning it, so I figured it was just me. But it was weird. After like 5 minutes it cleared up. But it was not great at first. And I was like, this is weird. And then Twain said here, when he first got here, he had to watch like 144p, because it was terrible. So I think, YouTube, what can you do? Tragic? There was a sad scene to end the stream, but you enjoyed it a lot as always. Do you mean sad as in like plot-wise, or sad as in like you were trying to be a badass and it didn't go well? Like, Scarlet's here. That skank follows me everywhere. She does follow you everywhere. You're not incorrect. Oh, it was a plot point. That's unfortunate. The few moments I did catch, you were gushing about the art design. You hit some area where it was like all like autumn looking with like falling leaves and stuff, and then you did an anime like slash through a guy, and then you freeze framed it, and you were like trying to line up the shot to get like a perfect screenshot of it. And it was quite funny. Is it that ultra low and DVR doesn't get along sometimes? That might be part of it. The photo mode looked pretty robust. Speaking of games, let's actually play one for a little bit here. So for those that are unaware, this is Moonlighter. We are getting very close to the end of finishing this, hopefully. I really like this game. It's probably like my top, like in my top 10 indie games. But it's also overstaying its welcome a bit. I've been playing it for a really long time, and I'm kinda ready to move on. I thought I'd be done like 2 streams ago, but it turned out the DLC is actually like really long, which is great because it was like $6, but there's a ton of content in it, so it's fantastic. But it's also like, damn, I have other games I want to play. What do we want to work with here? I kind of want that. Okay, I was gonna say, why won't you pick up that potion? You should be able to pick that up. I missed the door and fell. Okay. So I like to call this game a hybrid game, and you'll see this once we leave the dungeon. But there's like 2 halves to this game. Actually, I think we're gonna leave the dungeon now. Yeah, let's just do that. This is the dungeon crawling half, which is very like Zelda-esque. It's procedurally generated. The dungeons are never the same. You come down and you get loot, and then the other half of the game, you head back up to the surface, back to your shop, the Moonlighter, and you sell all the loot you get. Just make a ton of money. And then you go back down, then you use the money to get better loot, and then get better equipment to get stronger, so you can go further down in the dungeon to get more loot to bring it back up to sell it. It's one of those kind of things. I actually don't need any. Hold on, we do need. We might not be able to get all of these. I have 10. Let's go ahead and grab. We might be able to get 3. Let's see if he'll take that. Decent haggle. Nice. Nice. Okay. Has very pleasant music. Got some nice pixel art going on. All that good stuff. Okay. I sent some stuff home, so let's grab that out first. Apparently it wasn't that much anyway. Drop these, because those are things I'm gonna need later. Those can go in here. Let's do that. Oh boy, we have a lot to sell. This is gonna be a day. And everything's gonna be in demand, isn't it? So I'm gonna have to mark everything up. This is gonna take a while. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Yeah, Monster Matt is still playing Fire Emblem Three Houses. Like, he's playing like 3 never-ending games right now. He's playing that, Persona 5, and Dragon Quest 11. Like, he's a maniac. he's never gonna finish those games. And Looney, you said the E3 2014 video shows up on your recommended all the time when you scroll through YouTube? Really? That's interesting. I guess because it's my most viewed video, so it probably I wish you could set like a... Maybe not an archive, but like, I wish you could say if a video is so old, stop showing it to my viewers. Try to show them the new stuff. Like... I don't know, maybe that would be a bad idea, but I don't know, the channel went through like 2 eras, because in that first era, all I did was video content, and now I almost do exclusively stream content, so I almost don't want people to be watching that old stuff. I want them to be watching the new stuff. And you kind of can't tell YouTube, hey, stop showing them this old stuff, unless you just delete the videos, which I don't really want to do that either, because like, they're there, they exist, I'm okay with people watching them. That massive stack of enemies I slew. Yeah, we were in that dungeon for a while. And yeah, View, the dungeons in particular are very Zelda-like.
Oh, he did finish Persona 5, that's right. Yeah, you can private or unlist them, too. Then they're still there, it's just people won't see them. It's not that I'm, like, ashamed of them or anything, though. Like, if people want to go back and look at that stuff, that's fine. It's just I don't necessarily want it recommended through the algorithm. I'd rather, like I said, I'd rather people watch, like, the new stuff. What the fuck is this weird-ass price on these things? $96.80? Like, what the what? What was I doing? They're in high demand, so it's probably gonna sell. If I get serious about making video content again, then maybe it'll bother me a little bit more, because then I'd definitely rather people watch the new stuff. But I'm not gonna go too hard on that. Probably. Almost all of the Asura videos are hidden. I didn't know that I didn't know that those videos existed. Oh, you mean the original Persona. I thought you meant, like your original Monster Hunter playthrough. I thought it was a totally different channel in general. I didn't know that I didn't know that you changed the channel into the current one. I thought it was a completely different one. I don't know why I thought that. And Looney, you said you found another indie worth checking out. Just Shapes and Beats. I think I played the demo. I remember liking it, but it has copyright issues when it comes to streaming it. So I didn't stream the demo because of that reason. I think it was View that told me, hey, don't stream this because that's gonna get copyrighted. I guess, and with the Asura, that just goes to show you that, like, it's almost taken on a different persona for me in particular, because I hear the Asura and I think the Hammer God, like it's the Hammer God, but it probably means a very different thing to you. First 100 subs were from the Asura videos. Yeah, I thought it was a different channel for some reason. And yeah, my first, like, 200 subs were from that first era of I was just making video content. That was pre-YouTube gaming, so streaming here wasn't really a thing at the time. Fucking bird, get out of here. What's with all the thieves all of a sudden? Hello? I didn't miss one, did I? In all that chaos that just unfolded? Hope not. Yeah, and what else were... Like I said, I apologized at one point. I was like, I need to stop bringing up View's name when he's not here. Like, that's kind of not okay. I don't remember what else we were talking about, though. We were talking about, like, copying other streamers and, like, how to correctly do... Like, how to take inspiration from another streamer and not necessarily copy them. And I used the example of that, despite the fact that you want to just throw your your whole room, your whole studio, just right out the window, thanks to Wonderful 101. But I still kind of it made me want to play it. But I was like, there's a right way and a wrong way to do that. You don't want to do that in a way that just makes it look like you're just copying and being like, you're only playing that because Beautiful TV played it. I forget what the third one was. Well, I guess the third one I backed up and I was like, I'll use 7 as an example instead, just because she's actually here. Go. Go, go, go. Get your quests out of here. Oh, Asura, for you, means a YouTuber who was trying to be like other YouTubers and was quite obnoxious and unfunny. That's the other thing we were talking about, because I was saying about how you've told the story about how streamers that inspired you, but you didn't, like, one, you didn't just copy them. You took things you liked about them and you twisted it into your own thing. And 2, you acknowledge the fact that, yes, these are the streamers that inspired me, which is, like, the correct way to, like, take inspiration from something, instead of just being like, I'm just gonna copy their exact layout, which apparently 7's dealing with somebody that's doing that, where they're just ripping off, like, literal same layout. And just trying to do the exact same thing she's doing. That one NPC is so annoying because I've already went on this rant one time tonight, but the DLC added this new like customer type where they're indecisive and you have to quote unquote tend to them. That's what this question mark is. I hate it because all you have to do is walk up to them and press A. It doesn't like add anything to the gameplay. It's just like arbitrary stalling. Whoa, the frame drop. That was awful. Why does that happen on quests of all fucking things? We might actually sell everything today. I actually kind of doubt it. We're probably gonna run out of time. But at least everything is out on the counter. It's something. Get your quests out of here, I don't care. Actually, I think I needed a light power crystal, but... You're just that swagged out that someone feels like they have to copy you. Impressive to see it optimistically. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, is like... If I mentioned this, I think last night, which I actually don't know where Volpe is. I guess he's probably at his class right now. But it's super. Like I can think of 3 people just off the top of my head where I play a bunch of Mega Man, and then like a year ago, Riley got really interested in playing Mega Man, and I was like, that's super cool. And then JMT took an interest in playing Mega Man just from both me and Twain playing it, and now Volpe picked up the Legacy Collection, and now he's checking it out. It's like, that's awesome. That's what I want to see, especially with how the community can be so closed-minded about trying different games. Like, that's exactly what I want to see people doing. I don't necessarily look at that and think, oh, you're just playing Mega Man because I'm playing Mega Man. I look at it and say, you're playing something other than Mario Maker. This is fantastic. Like, keep it up. And I'm proud that I managed to, like, influence that even just to a little bit. Come on, go, 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 go. So much. Go. Especially because half the time you go to tend to them, and it just picks it. You click on the shelf instead. You're like, this. It's just a waste of my time. I see you over there, thief. Don't think I don't. Really wish you could just tackle them before they do anything, because you totally know they're gonna. Well, unless the store closes and they just leave. That works, I guess. Oh, we sold everything but one thing, and she's gonna buy it! We sold everything! I'm so happy. Yeah, you got some people to pick up the messenger, too, which was super cool. And yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, Seven, is like, yeah, I think it's supposed to be flattering, right? But there are people that are doing it in underhanded ways, which makes it very much not flattering. When a troll enters your stream, you tell yourself that I'm that cool that they feel the need to get attention from me. Yeah, that you might be onto something. That might be a more positive way of looking at it. It's like, yeah, I guess I've been there, where I'm, like, annoyed by a viewer, but I'm like, you know what? They want to be here, so that counts for something, right? They're choosing to be here. Alright, we can upgrade that. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so I need more of those metal scrap-looking things. I need 2 of those. 2 more of the white scrap, and then 2 of the crystal-looking things. And then I need 2 more of both of those. The DLC introduces this thing where you have to, like, barter, haggle, to get some of the items you need. Oh, I need the flames? Those are super hard to get. Fuck you, rat dude. So your impression on Ghost of Tsushima from seeing it? I honestly haven't really sat down to see a whole lot of it. From what I have seen, I'm not, like, super blown away. Like it looks good, but I'm not like, holy shit, I need this fucking game. It's just kind of like a, this looks neat. I feel like it's something I'll probably wait for a sale on or something. Like, maybe on Black Friday, if it already drops to, like, 40 or something, I'd grab it. Where was I going? Oh, we need the fire things. The other ones we can't get yet anyway. Ooh, wait. We need to enchant our circlet helm thing. But, like, gameplay-wise, I still don't know what the game has to offer at all. I'm just going off of, like, visuals. Because I haven't been paying enough attention to know, like, what the gameplay is like in any way. I just haven't watched that much of it so far. Let's go ahead and do that. This is something I brought up last night. I don't know if Twain is still lurking around. I'd want to pose this question to him, too. I asked Seven about it last night. It's something I've been thinking about a lot, but I keep forgetting to ask people. Since I've started trying to watch archives more often, I wanted to ask everyone what they think some of their best or favorite playthroughs have been, so that I could go back to watch those. I want to go back. I want to watch Monster Matt's Graveyard Keeper playthrough, I think. Because I just want to see, like, what his first moments of that game was like. Alright, take it easy. So, like, I still don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. I always feel bad about that stuff. I'm just gonna call you Bada for now, if that's okay. But thanks for coming along on the raid and for hanging out and lurking for a little bit. Gives you more of a sandbox feel rather than open world, but it's camouflaged as an open world game, if that makes sense. I kind of get what you're saying. I think it's what I've talked about before about like defining a game as open world is kind of like not very descriptive. Like, when I think of what an open world game is, what I think of is actually more accurately described as sandbox. So I don't even know what people think of open when people say open world, what type of game are they talking about? I'm not sure. I kind of get what you mean, I think. I think sandbox games tend to feel a little bit more deliberately designed, right? I guess is how I would look at it. Where in a sandbox game, everything's there for a reason. Everything's very deliberately designed. Whereas an open world game, it almost feels like they created the map and the gameplay separate from one another. So there's a lot of like empty sections in an open world map. There's just a lot of empty stuff where you're like, there's just this area here that has no reason to exist. There's nothing here. Whereas sandbox typically doesn't feel that way. I don't know if that makes full sense. Like, Mario Odyssey is a sandbox style game. Because you're not really restricted to what you can do. You have, like, your main objective, but you can you can go off the beaten path and just kind of wander around. But everything's there for a reason. There isn't just a big area where it's just, this is just here, and we didn't actually put any content in it. But then with Breath of the Wild, you do have those moments where you find an area and you're like, what is this here for? It's almost like they just never got around to filling that part with content. I feel like there's more to it than that too, but I guess it's a good start. Riley, Guy, how's it going? Yeah, open world games are really peculiar because I feel like open world as a genre was an accident. Does that make sense? And therefore, a lot of people that like open world games don't understand what they like about it. Because it wasn't deliberately designed to be a thing. It was like, it just became an accidental thing. Where do we want to go? Like halfway down, maybe? We don't want to start at the beginning. Oh, you finished the roof today, Riley? You must be exhausted. Like I mentioned yesterday, I've heard that roofing is, like, very hard work. But yeah, like, I've talked before about how I don't remember which Grand Theft Auto it was, but one of the Grand Theft Autos had this issue. I played one of the Saints Row games, and that had this issue where like people were like, "Oh, it's an open world game. You can go do whatever you want to do," and I was like, "No, you can't. You still have a very linear storyline, and you have to reach certain parts in the storyline to unlock side quests. You can actually run out of things to do." And then you're forced to progress the story to unlock the next batch of things to do. That's not open world. That's just a lot of side quests. And that's like something that's very, very different. Then compare it to... that's why I always say that Breath of the Wild, I think, is actually a very good open world game. Perhaps one of the best open world games I've played. Because you can literally ignore the main storyline in that game. They tell you you have to do the plateau, and then they tell you have to go do these 4 divine beasts so you can go defeat Ganon. And you can just say fuck it to all that shit. You can be like, nah, I just want to go straight to Ganon. Or you can be like, I don't even want to go fight Ganon. I just want to go explore and do fucking... You can literally do anything you want to do, and that's what I think an open world game actually is. It's non-restricting. You don't run into areas where they're like, no, you're not supposed to go that way yet. Come on, come back. You're supposed to go this way. We don't go over there yet. It's like, that's not open world then. I think Starlink was good in that regard too. Starlink, you could just go do things. I think you had that first planet that kind of introduces you to everything, and then you can just go anywhere. You could go straight to the most try-hard of planets if you want to. You could just go. There's nothing stopping you and saying, no, you're not supposed to go there yet. Main storyline, who gives a fuck? You can just do whatever you want. And it's like, that's actual, real open world. To me, at least. That's how I define open world. Oh yeah, I heard about the Animal Crossing update. I didn't see a video, but I did hear about it. It honestly didn't sound that exciting to me. If I'm gonna be honest. There's save file backup now, but honestly, that's something that they should have been in there from the beginning. So that's not. I don't classify that as exciting because that's something they should have already had. The dream thing sounds like whatever. I don't really care. You can visit others' islands and fuck them up all you want, and it's not permanent. Like, you can visit, like, an instanced version of someone else's island, and I'm kind of like, I don't care. That's meaningless. And then fireworks shows. Whoopee. The last update was more exciting, I think. This one's not gonna make me... I'm not gonna do an Animal Crossing stream because, oh, we gotta check out the new update. It doesn't sound exciting enough to warrant that to wrap it, to sum it up. Something worth pointing out with this game, by the way, for those who are still pretty unaware of the game, I'm using the, like, gauntlet fist weapon things. You might have noticed when I was looking at the shop, there's like 5 different weapon types. I also have a sword and shield that I never use because it's under-leveled, but there's sword and shield, there's a spear of some sort, there's a two-handed sword. My first playthrough of this game, we used the two-handed sword. There's also a bow. I feel like there's another one I'm forgetting about. Sword and shield, two-handed sword. Spear. Gauntlets. Bow. I guess that's 5. Well, so you said you're downloading a game to your Switch, guy? What sort of nonsense did you get this time? I must know. Always something new, huh? Alright, we're gonna use this as an opportunity to get rid of some of this shit. Something that sucks about the DLC dungeon is it's like all of the other dungeons split together. Which is cool, because you can see a wide variety of enemies, but they also drop loot from the earlier dungeons, which is completely useless to me at this point. It doesn't sell for enough to make it worth holding on to. Oh, he dropped 2! It's one of those swords. Poison elemental amulet? That could be interesting. Oh, that's right, you can only pick one. I forgot about that. That's fine. Applied to weapons to poison enemies? That sounds super good. That's permanent too? Yo. A lot of the stuff they give you in this dungeon breaks as soon as you leave the dungeon. But this one's actually, like, permanent. Hello? Sounds fantastic. Oh, I think you mentioned that the other night that you were looking to pick that up. I don't know anything about those games. Yeah, being able to back up your game is like it's good functionality that I'm glad they added, but it's also not exciting functionality, if that makes sense. It's nothing that makes me say, "Damn, I gotta start playing the game again." You know what I mean? And it's something that should have been there from the beginning. Like, that was always weird that they were like, Switch Online gives you save data backup. Oh, but some games you can't back up. It's like, what? Like, huh? So you acknowledge it's a thing people want, but then you didn't provide it. So if anything, it's just kind of it's about time, I guess. It's like an RPG visual novel type of game, isn't it? I might be thinking of something else. Oh, it is 2.5 hours. I'm starting to feel like I need a break. And I was like, that's not right. It's not time for that yet. No, it kind of is. Alright, we'll get to the end of this dungeon, I think. Or the end of this floor, I think. Then we'll do that. Okay, what do we got? We got a lot of shit here. This is exciting. Let's grab one of these. Grab one of these. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. We're going to... Fuck, not do that. Put that over here. We're gonna grab another one of these. Oh, so I didn't explain this yet. I feel like I should explain this. If anyone's still lurking about that is still curious about this game and hasn't been around for most of the playthrough. This is like the third element to the game is your inventory management. And in concept, this probably sounds terrible, but it actually adds a lot to the game, because anyone who has played a Diablo game probably hears inventory management and wants to throw up. I get it. I'm there with you. But in this, you'll find stuff that has curses on it. That's what these little pink boxes are. So, for example, these two horizontal lines can only be placed on the top or the bottom row of your inventory. There's a vertical line one too for the left and the right. And then you have stuff like this one will break if I take too much damage. These break curses, which are very important. That's what I'm doing right now, is I'm breaking a lot of these curses so that I can have a little bit more inventory freedom. They gave me a lot of curse breaking too, so that's really good. So I think we are gonna grab these. And we'll just break that so that we don't have to worry about them breaking. And something I only figured out last stream, which blew my goddamn mind, is you'll notice that, like, they gave me 4 of these things with the curse breaker on it. You can actually split that stack and use that curse breaker 4 times. Which the game doesn't really tell you can do. I don't know why I didn't put it together that you could do that. I just never thought to try it. I figured it wouldn't let you break the stack or something, but it totally does. Which is, like, kind of game-changing. We're gonna... Alright, let's get rid of that. That doesn't sell for a whole lot. Let's get rid of that and this. And then we're gonna... This one makes it... When we return to town, whatever it's pointing at is going to be turned into what it's going to be. It's going to clone whatever... Not clone. Artifact in direction shown becomes this artifact upon returning to town. So these will become golem statues when we return to town, basically. Which is good, because these are probably, like... I think this is, like... Yeah, these things are, like, the highest selling items we can get in this dungeon, so we're just gonna make more of those, and then we'll just have more. I feel like there's a couple other curses, too, but there's one that, like, breaks the item it's pointing at when you return to town. That's a thing. But yeah, it makes it that, like... Inventory management is like a puzzle, and it actually does it in a way that's satisfying. It's not, like, completely terrible to deal with. Like I said, a lot of people probably hear that in concept, and they're like, this sounds awful. Why would you want to do that? Oh, they did one of those day 1 sale things? That's always neat when they do that. That reminds me... I think there's an indie game... I think one of the games I have on my wish list is currently on sale for, like, a couple bucks off for, like, until the end of the month. I have to go pick that up before that runs out. Oh god, I'm stuck. Which, good, another fucking indie game to play on stream, right? Woo. Actually, I'm excited about that concept. Like, I always want to be playing more indie games on stream, but on the other hand... Oh, fuck, I did it again. What happened to... Did he steal those bones? Well, we got fucked there then. Okay, let me see. Whatever, dude. There we go. Break that. We got more golem statues. Okay, we're gonna move you here. Let me see. Let's grab you again. Let's just break all of these and see what they are. Okay, we got more of those. Put you there. I'm gonna bring you over here. Break that. Put this here. Okay, what do we want to get rid of here? I guess we'll get rid of the crystals. Those aren't terribly important. Let's grab those. Gotta still have more curse breakers than I really know what to do with. Let's actually put you here. These don't sell for a lot, do they? Yeah, no, they're not bad. Plastic cloth doesn't. I don't have any plastic cloth. That figures. Heavy metal plates don't sell for a lot, but I guess I technically don't need those right now. I don't need the fiber plates either. I want to grab those instead, I think is what we want to do. Okay. Okay. Make a Diablo fan puke out a whole inventory. Yeah, like when you die in Diablo and the loot just spills everywhere. Exactly like that. That's exactly what's happening. That's actually the player on death saying, you know what? I'm literally sick of carrying all this shit around. So I'm just gonna bleh, just all of it out. Trying to Tetris it all together. It's a lot of stuff that I don't have the space to carry. I guess we should probably get out of here, but we haven't found, like, anything that we need. It's highly unfortunate. Well, let's get rid of this, because this is only a 1. We can get something a little bit more valuable than that. In theory, that makes sense, right? A stack of something else is gonna sell for more than 1 of that thing, probably. That wasn't too big of a swath of enemies, but... Hey Sarah, how's it going? I'll take a break before we continue. Maybe grab a quick snack. Oreos. I have Oreos sitting here. That's probably what I'm gonna grab. Okay, let's... Ah, he's back in stock anyway. Okay, this all worked out in my favor. So we need that, like, plank of wood. I don't remember where we get that. And then we need... Those are something from the tech dungeon. That's like a fucking golem blueprint? Like, get the fuck out of here. Those aren't exactly easy to come by. Tech dungeon. Treated wood and gold strands. So 2 of what I need are from that. Oh, they're Golem King jottings? Dude, you can't just find those. That's... What? Let me double check that. That's like... You fucking maniac. Alright. Well, I guess we're going down into the tech dungeon at least. No problem, 7. Are you still working on the Spyro? Excuse me. Yeah, like look how much of dimensional garbage we have just sitting around. We're probably never gonna need more of that. Surprised it went digital when it's coming out physically for limited run. You're thinking, aren't those more expensive? I mean, sometimes I'm surprised you're not okay with paying that extra for physical, to be honest. Unless it's substantially more money. I think it's only ever like $5 or $10 more at most. But most people I know that prefer physical are okay with paying that extra price. I guess we should do a sale day. I really want to, though. Honestly, at this point, we have so much... I have 23 million gold. Like, I don't really need to have sale days anymore. Like, I just don't need to sell anything, because we're fucking loaded. I'll be very surprised if we have to do a sale day again. That might be something that's broken with this DLC. You get so much money that it just becomes a non-issue.
played Animal Crossing while babysitting some kids, and you found out one of the characters named Eugene is a greaser. That's the koala, right? I almost invited him to my island. I forget why I decided against it. Because limited run games are usually not like... That's both a figurative and a literal phrase. Because that's the name of the company, right? Is limited run, or the name of the publishers is limited run. But it's also, they don't make that many copies, so finding them online is not necessarily easy. They won't be in stock for very long. And yeah, as a result, they're typically more expensive, because they're like, why not? Oh, I was gonna tell you, Seven, to say something about the emote, too. I'm glad you remembered that, because I forgot. I thought of it and then immediately forgot it again. Alright, we're gonna take a short break, and then we're gonna go back down into the dungeons. Like I said, we might not do any more sale days. We might not open the shop again, because we have so much money that I just don't think we're gonna need to. So we might just go hard on the dungeons, try to finish our armor up, and clear the thing. Doing shop days are just going to take time that we don't necessarily need to... There's no payout for it, right? Yeah, I saw that you just said it too. That's what I was saying. Like, I'm glad that you remembered too, because I remembered to say something and then immediately forgot it. So... Oh, that game in particular isn't going to be limited? This shouldn't be too hard to find then. But still, you said the digital one's like $10 cheaper. That's enough for me that I'd probably go with digital. Especially if it's a game that you know you're gonna like. If it's a game that you might not, like you're buying on a whim, then I could see wanting to go physical because you want to be able to reserve the right to trade it in if you find out that you don't like it. Alright, so yeah, we'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna go get a drink, and I might grab a snack really quick. And then yeah, like I said, I think we're just gonna go hard on dungeons, just to try and get what we need. Upgrade our armor. Like, we don't have that many armor upgrades left. With some commitment, it shouldn't be that difficult to get everything maxed out. And then it's just a matter of finishing the dungeon, right? As far as I know. So yeah, stay tuned. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Alright. Does coffee really make you feel less sleepy? Honestly, I don't drink coffee, so I can, like, barely answer that. I think it's more that it just gives you energy. It makes you not realize you're... I mean, there's a difference between being tired and not having energy, right? Okay, tech dungeon, 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 tech dungeon. I mean, at your age, you're not gonna have energy troubles anyway, right? So, like, I remember at that age, I didn't have energy troubles. I had laziness troubles, and they're very different. Like, when I was in high school, I never was like, man, I just don't have any energy. It was just like, I don't want to do anything. I don't think I really started having energy troubles until I was like maybe mid-late 20s. That's when I was just like, God, I'm tired all the time. This is another issue that I have with this DLC, is it kind of makes you go back to the older dungeons, which is totally fine. Like, I'm okay with revisiting content. It's not necessarily that's the issue. The issue is that it doesn't scale up or anything. So everything here we're just gonna kill in one hit, basically. It's just, fuck you, you're dead. Fuck you, you're dead. It's like kind of whatever, right? I don't even remember what I need those rocks for. Yeah, just flat, you're dead. Flat, dead. This way. Snap, dead. I guess if you like feeling overpowered, it's pretty cool, but... like, that was a boss. That was a boss. Can have energy trouble until you double jobbed it for a while and they have a caffeine addiction of sorts. Yeah, probably. Depending on just how much you drink. Like, oddly, if I have to like not drink caffeine for a couple days, I actually don't crash very hard. You'd think I would, because I drink like 3 cans a day, 3, maybe 4. You'd think I would crash super hard after something like that, but I tend not to, which is kinda odd. And I think it's because I actually don't drink all that much. I think... Well, it's not that I don't drink that much, it's that I don't think soda actually has that much caffeine in it. Like, compared to coffee, I think coffee has way more caffeine in it. I could be wrong, but I think that would potentially cause more of an issue because of how much caffeine is in it. Like I said, I could be wrong there. Fluid ounces. There's 54 milligrams in 1 can of soda of caffeine. I don't know how much that is.
Your sister goes through a 12-pack of soda, like, a day? Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of fucking soda. I'm surprised she doesn't have teeth problems. Unless she does. I've known people like that before that drink, like, more than a 12-pack a day, and they have, like, serious teeth problems. It's that sort of... Hearing stories like that is what makes me realize that I, like, don't have a problem. A lot of people will see me pick up one can of soda, and they'll be like, oh, you have a soda problem. You really shouldn't drink soda. And I was like... For a while there, I thought I did, just because they did. They saw me drinking one can, and they were like, you drink way too much soda. I was like, shit, do I? No, not really. 3 to 4 cans is, like, slightly too much. Like, slightly too much. Coffee has about 100 in a cup, so about double. That's not actually as bad as I thought. But with the way some people drink coffee, it adds up, right? How much is 12 packs? What do you mean, Sarah? Like, how expensive? Or how much caffeine would be in a 12 pack? I mean, do the math. It's 54 milligrams a can. Let's just say 50 per can. So it'd be, what, 600? Is that right? Yeah, 600 per case. 6 cups of coffee, which is a lot. Yeah, like I said, 4 is, like, slightly too much. See, I have a problem, when I do get bottles, I have a problem, because I still drink, like, 3 or 4 bottles a day. And that's significantly more soda. That's, like, what, 50% more? But I still drink, like, the same amount of containers, so, like, I try not to get bottles, because that causes that issue. I also try not to get 2 liters, because if I get 2 liters, I'm always like, I gotta drink it before it goes flat, and then I drink it way too fast. You think tea is much better than coffee? In what regard? Just you like tea better? It's very... Yeah, it depends on your own personal tastes. If you mean in terms of caffeine, I have no idea how much caffeine tea has in it. I feel like it can't be much. Especially compared to coffee. Is tea healthier? Probably. But then that's just making assumptions. They are not giving me anything I need, and I'm getting a little agitated about it. That was a little sneeze. Excuse me. Alright. Let's just start dropping all of this stuff, because I don't need it. We'll keep the rocks. I don't think we need the rocks, though. I don't think I'm even gonna carry those. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have enough of those rocks to do, like, whatever I needed them for. I think it was for making the sword, and I'm pretty sure I had enough to cover that. If I even decide to make the sword, I might not, because this is kind of... The gauntlets are kind of getting the job done. Used to drink tea, but your cousin ruined that by turning it into hot sugar water? I mean... Don't let him handle your tea? It seems like a silly reason to be like, I don't like tea anymore. When you could just make your tea yourself and don't let him near it? Why is there no music? Hello? Fuck off of me! Dude, why is there no music here? It's weird. Let's grab that. We'll break it and see what it is. Yeah, we'll grab all of this. Oh, there's some things we actually fucking need. Look at that. What a concept. This game's got that fucking desire filter. Look at that. More shit we actually need. What a fancy newfangled concept. I guess I'll just take all of those back and see what they are. Alright, yeah, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna leave. Give me that. I usually drink a lot of tea when I get sick. Hot tea, that is. I don't really drink cold tea, like, at all. I did in high school a bit. But I just kind of stopped. I live in that Turkey Hill part of the country where many people would live and die by Turkey Hill iced tea. And if you don't live in this part of the country, then you just don't fucking get it. It's like one of those things. Wow, I just didn't get anything fucking useful from that. Yeah, we got like some of those, and that's about it. I don't remember how many I needed either. I only got 5. I got none of these gold strand things. What a load of shit. And then him asking for the fucking Golem King blueprints, fucking breaking my balls over here. What the fuck, man? Brrr. Man, I'm so glad I've never. I guess what you're saying, guys, is basically like you can't just like keep your own brand of tea around without some family member fucking with it in some way. I'm so glad I never lived with anyone that was like that, or I couldn't trust them around fucking food. I've never had that problem. I've never felt the need to protect my food and take it with me everywhere so that no one could fuck with it, you know what I mean? Like, does he just not understand, like, hey, don't fucking touch my tea? So, like, get your own fucking tea? Get your own fucking Switch, etc.? Like, your family doesn't understand boundaries, do they? Like... Sounds terrible. I've mentioned before, do they actually not understand boundaries, or are they just fucking trolling you? Because they realize that... if that's the case, they're probably like, well, it's easy to troll him, so let's just do that, I guess. Which is unfortunate. Back here. Well, it's one thing to have to hide it so that no one else eats it. It sounds like Guy has an issue where, like, if he has a normal tea sitting around that he likes, his family's just gonna be like, no, you're drinking your tea wrong, so we're gonna fix it for you. Which is like, what the fuck? Get your own, like I said, get your own goddamn tea. Butt out. That. Grab these. We finally found some. Look at that. We got a whole 2 of them. I have dealt with the, hey, I'm just gonna keep this so no one else eats it. Like, or I'm going to eat it fast before anyone else can eat it. Like, I've dealt with that, but it sounds like they'll actually sabotage Guy's food if he leaves it undefended. When you were small, you thought gamers drank Mountain Dew because it's a gamer thing and it helps you. No, it's just tasty. It's pretty simple. It's just tasty. Even then, I've had tastier, but Mountain Dew is like the most mainstream, so it's the easiest to find. Like, Vault was way better, but Vault didn't last for very long. And they don't make it anymore now. But it was way better. Even then, there's some Mountain Dew flavors that are way better than the basic one, but they're harder to find, so I'd like 50% of the time I default to regular Mountain Dew. It's just because I can't find the others in stock. But it's a better default than, like, I don't know, Sprite. We've talked before, I don't like many other citrus sodas because they have, like, a really weird aftertaste to me. Mountain Dew doesn't, so that's what keeps me on that one. Oh, where's some? How many did I need? 8 of them, I think? I've had Sundrop. I am familiar with Sundrop. I think it also had that weird aftertaste that I didn't care for, but it's been a while, so maybe it didn't. You bothered drinking a whole half of a pineapple coconut beer the other day? Really don't care for it, but it was flavored. So I'm like, alright, I'll give this a shot. It was okay, but that's it. That's usually how I feel about most beer. Yeah. I'm usually like, it's okay. It's okay. If you can get past the part that's not okay, it's okay. That's why I don't drink it, is because I'm like, why don't I just drink something that's just instead 100% tasty? Instead of, you know, once you get past the part that tastes terrible, it tastes pretty good. It's something I've never understood. Why are these not stacked? I'd love to figure out why it doesn't, like, properly stack items. Bugs the hell out of me. Coffee and chocolate's a weird combination? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I think it actually That's one of the few things that you can mix coffee with that I actually like. Code Red is your favorite of the flavors. You are allowed to have that wrong opinion. I think Code Red is disgusting. But I don't like cherry stuff in general. If you really like cherry, then it's probably different. But I really don't like cherry flavored things. Except they made one called Mountain Dew Ice that was cherry. That one was fucking good. I loved that one. And of course, you can't fucking find it anywhere. Baja Blast is really good. I wish that was actively available. So, fun fact, Surge and Vault are the same thing. It's basically the same recipe. It was just rebranded, and they tried to resell it. Because Surge was, like, good, but they discontinued it for whatever reason. And then they brought it back as Vault. It was essentially the same recipe. And then Vault didn't work either. And then they were like, well, let's just try to bring Surge back again. But again, it's not something that's very easy to find. I also think it might potentially have way more sugar in it. Yeah, I'll have a beer once every, like, year and a half. That sounds accurate. The last time I had a beer was on New Year's. And that was just because I was like, why not? Fuck it, it's New Year's Eve. I'm not working tonight, so whatever. I don't know if I tried the cranberry holiday mix for Mountain Dew. That sounds like I would... I've had cranberry soda before, it's not bad, so I might like it. Sundrop is weird because it's made locally, so I grew up drinking it, but I found it other places and it doesn't taste the same. It almost tastes flat. It doesn't truck well. Interesting. Livewire's pretty good too. It's again, it's hard to find. I think almost every Mountain Dew flavor's better than the normal one, except for Code Red. Code Red is terrible. But Voltage is really good, Pitch Black is really good, Baja Blast is really good, Livewire is really good, Whiteout was really good. Like, yeah, overall I think they're just, like, all solid. But it's so hard to find, like, any of them. That 4th of July one was pretty good. I forget what it was called. Liberty Brew or something? It's the one that has like 50 flavors in it and it tastes like gummy bears. That shit was pretty good. Basically, the best summer ever was the year they were having that competition where they were like, we're gonna put out Pitch Black and Baja Blast, and whichever one wins, we're gonna continue to produce. And I was like, they're both fantastic. So for, like, 5 months, that was all I had was Baja Blast and Pitch Black, just alternating between the two, and I was like, this is, like, the best year ever. And now you can't even find Baja Blast that easily, it's kind of weird. Actually, I think Pitch Black won. Which is weird, because you can't find Pitch Black anywhere, so that was like... It was almost like a lie of a promotion. What soda makes you energetic? I mean, Sprite doesn't have caffeine in it, so it's probably not going to do that. But I guess if it has enough sugar, that would still make you energetic. Yeah, that's true. It depends on what's going to give you energy. Because, yeah, like, ginger ale is, like... why is it that ginger ale's, like, good for you? Is it just because of the ginger part, I guess? I always remember, ever since I was a kid, like, you get sick and people are like, you should have some ginger ale, and I'm like, soda when I'm sick? Doesn't sound right. Like, even as someone who loves soda, I tend to not drink soda when I'm sick. Oh, I got the mimic egg? No fucking shit. That was the last one we need. It wasn't the last one we need, but it's one we needed. Let's see, let's do this. Those are both useless. We also have up to 8 gold strands, so that's good. Like, the weirdest thing, in terms of, like, energy, it's not even necessarily a soda thing. A couple years ago, I noticed, actually it had to have been like a decade ago, it was a while ago, but I noticed that whenever I have orange juice, I get fucking hyper. For whatever reason, that just makes me super energetic. There's probably a good reason for that. It's probably why it's a breakfast drink, right? But that makes me more energetic than anything with caffeine does. So yeah, it definitely depends on just each individual person. I don't drink soda to give me energy, though, to be honest. I just drink it because it's pleasant to drink. It's not an energy thing. I typically don't really have energy problems unless I'm just not sleeping well. Give me the shit I need. You suck. That's fine. I think Sunny D still exists. But no, it was actual orange juice, it wasn't Sunny D. No, I don't want to be here. Fuck. Huh. This is the previous dungeon, and yet those things take more hits to kill. That's interesting. Ale 8? What's Ale 8? Is that a type of ginger ale? I don't know if I've heard of that. Is that the brand, or... That's not useful. Guess I'll take that. Okay, let's unload the shit we don't need again. I was just trying to pick up my slime pet. Ignore me. Oh boy. It's a ginger soda in Kentucky. Kentucky piss water? That sounds terrible. So wait, you call it Kentucky piss water, but you also say you love it? Is it like the water they use to wash out the ginger ale vat with? Is that what you're getting at? It still kind of has like it still tastes of like the cleaner they use to clean the vat. That's what I used to call Miller Lite. Cause it was the water they washed out the regular beer vats with. Pick it up! Oh, we're full. That's what's happening. Oh, it won't let me. I'm just gonna use all those real quick. Okay, get rid of you. Thank you. Pick that up. Okay, there we go. Miller Lite or was it Bud Light? I don't remember. It was one of the two. It was one of the lights. That's popular for weird reasons. It was definitely one of those. This one might be good. What's this? Anti-electric amulet? Ring capable of absorbing even the biggest quantities of electrical energy. Music makes me feel like I need to be peaceful. Like I'm in a library or something. Take that. Oh boy, one extra fucking plank. Shh. We'll take those real quick.
It could be both, too. Sure. I'm just trying to remember the origin of why I called it that.
Root beer's a nice treat every now and then. I don't usually reach for it, but if there just happens to be one in the fridge, I'm like, ooh, root beer. I've never really had cream soda. I remember a couple years ago, my mom was raving about cream soda, and I was like, I don't think I've ever had one. And I tried one then, but even that was a while ago, and I don't really remember it. I don't remember feeling one way or the other about it. I think I was like, it's okay. It's edible. I don't feel like I'm gonna throw up or anything. So it's got that going for it. Oh fuck, I need way more than 8. Son of a bitch. I only have 7 of those. I have 11 of these. I could maybe haggle to get... I only need 2 of those. Let's try to do that. We're gonna try and haggle for 2. Oh, he doesn't like it. You won't offer that item again until you Fuck. I don't have more to offer. Oh, you can close it. Okay, well, let's just try to get 1 then. Okay. Let's try... Oh, that's too little. Fuck. He won't take anything lower than... That's unfortunate. Okay, so we're probably not going to be able to haggle for that one. We could probably get 1, but we're not going to be able to get both. We're going to need more of those, okay? Alright, so we don't need any more of the gold things. We still need more of the wood. Now you got the thought of root beer floats after yesterday's encounter at the convenience store. I'm not willing to go. Do you have other stores to go to? Because I would probably never go to that store again. Even though what are the chances of it happening again? I'd still be like, no, that's the convenience store with the... That's the... That's the convenience store that serves bears.
Oh, man.
You're allowed to have that wrong opinion. Alright, let's go back. What are you exclamation pointing me at? At me about? Yeah, what are you exclamation pointing at me about here? What's the deal? Oh, because I got that. That makes sense. Okay. Since I got that, he now can, like, see some of these items that he couldn't see before, I guess. Alright, another run through the tech dungeon. Onward. Hopefully, my hope is that we'll get enough to trade for the rest of those items, and then the next day he'll switch stock over. Oh, is that like the only one that's in walking distance? Yo, loading time.
Let's go.
Neither of you are important, so you can just fall in the pit and die for all I care. There's just an open chest here. The fuck? Okie dokie. No, not like this. I guess I should... I'm probably gonna do that off stream. I should go back to the... Why won't you go across the pits? Hello? Can you not do that while you're electrocuted? Seems odd. I should go back to the forest dungeon and grind to get that last pet egg, because that's the only one I'm missing now. Yeah, what do you order that sort of stuff through? Is that just like Amazon? Because I know that you can order stuff like that through Amazon. I've been thinking about trying to figure that out. Try to figure out, like, okay, how much food do I go through in a month to put together an order of send me this every month? Just out of curiosity, just for, like, the sake of budgeting, right? I don't really budget groceries, I just kind of buy. Like, alright, I don't need these anymore. Oh, it's a weekly thing? I think Amazon has, like, a monthly thing, right? But I don't know if they have anything like that. I don't know if they have stuff that's, like, fresh. I think they do, but you have to, like, live close to one of their warehouses. You can't just get it anywhere. Where the hell am I going? Oh, up there. Okay. Fine. We're just gonna drop off more stuff here. Do. They put Back to the Future 4K collection up for pre-order. Man, I still gotta go with what I said the other night, that I think a movie from, like, the 80s in 4K is just the most pointless thing I've ever seen. I forget what I was watching something on I was watching one of the Back to the Futures on Netflix the other night. And sure, that's not in 4K, but that's at least in like 1080, right? And I was like, this still doesn't look that good. It still looks like a movie from the 80s. Like, what would you possibly need higher resolution for? I think with, like, more modern movies with all the special effects and such, it makes sense. But I think for an older movie, that just seems arbitrary. Although, despite that, some of the effects they use in those movies still are, like, very clever. I find it really fascinating to watch, like, movies from the 80s to figure out how they managed special effects. Because they couldn't just fucking do it with a computer. They had to get really clever about it. It's almost like how I talk about, like, retro games are sometimes better for working within the limitations they have. Movies were the same way. Because they had to, like, those limitations forced them to be more clever. They couldn't just be like, throw technology at it, it'll be fine. There was this scene in... I think it was in Back to the Future 2. Yeah, it's in 2, because that's when they're in the future with the flying cars. And they have somebody standing next to a car. I think it's Old Biff. Yeah, it's Old Biff when he's, like, getting out of the taxi. And the taxi's there, right? He's interacting with the person in the taxi. But then, as the taxi pulls away and takes off and starts flying, it passes behind Old Biff, and that's how they transition it from practical effect to visual effect, when it's passing in behind him. And then they can just make the cut and you don't even notice the difference. I was like, that's super fucking clever, and they don't do that shit anymore. Now they just do... Now the whole thing is just a visual effect. And it's like, man... On one hand, we've come so far, but on the other hand, I think it's so interesting to see how they managed to make it work in those older movies. The movie magic that's involved. Amazon does have subscribe and save. Use that some. That's monthly. But yeah, as far as I know, it's on stuff that has high shelf life as well as non-food. Yeah, it would work for, like, you know, fucking Cheez-Its and shit. Like, that, it would work for snack stuff. But for, like, meal stuff, it probably is not useful at all. Yeah, it probably depends on what type of film it was shot onto, for sure. Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is sometimes they're just slapping it on a 4K disc just to get you to pay more for it. Because there's no point, like, there's no upgrade there. You're paying for an arbitrary increase in quality that's not actually existing. They're just tricking you into thinking it exists. It would be like Nintendo slapping Super Mario Bros. On a Switch game cartridge and saying Super Mario Bros. The original 1080p. But it's not fucking 1080p, because the console wasn't capable of doing 1080p. So that's just an arbitrary increase in quality that no one's gonna notice a difference in, because there is no difference. That's just being, like, untruthful as a producer. I don't think that's the right word. As a company. I don't even know why I'm grabbing all of these. There's a chance that they'll be what I need them to be, but they probably won't be. Let's go ahead and break one of them and find out. Nope, it's not what I need. Later. Alright, well, the boss is that way, so let's not go that way just yet. We're just not getting any of these fucking... any of this wood. It's fucking annoying. That's my issue with this DLC. It gets too grindy. And in not a good way, because I'm just grinding old dungeons where everything dies in one hit. Like, whoopee. Pick up the crystal. It's the only thing I wanted you to pick up, and that's the only thing you didn't pick up. Something that really bothered me with the new release of Wonderful 101 is they have the balls to call it Wonderful 101 Remastered. It's not remastered, it's a fucking port. There's nothing remastered about that game. If there is, it's something really subtle, like the textures are higher quality. It's not something that actually makes a difference. Yeah, I mean, like, typically, when movies were made, they weren't made to be displayed on a 4x3 television. They were compressed to be shown on a 4x3 television. So yeah, there is still a quality leap there. I still think 4K is arbitrary, though. For that. I could see the reason for it on newer movies, but on older movies it seems completely pointless. That's just them looking for a reason to resell you the same thing you already own. For way more. Whoops. Why does that room have, like, those shadows? It looks so weird. I wonder what it's supposed to be a shadow of. Probably just shit on the ceiling, but... Give me the shit I need! I'm starting to outright get salty about this, to be honest. Like... The game's keeping me playing for... Arbitrary is like the word of the night now. Like, they're keeping me playing for arbitrary reasons. All because they just won't give me the one drop I need. By the time I get any more of them, the guy's gonna switch his stock and he's gonna be asking for something else. It's pretty pitiful game design there. And I have no idea when he's gonna switch his stock. Like, yikes. Yikes. Oh, I don't want to drop that one. I want to drop that one. This one. Fuck, stop picking up shit I don't fucking need, dude. It's too much. It's just too much. It's the difference between remastered and remake. Remake is typically them recreating the game from the ground up. Or the movie from the ground up, or whatever. It's usually... They usually adjust the story. They might adjust, in the game's case, they might adjust, like, gameplay design and such. Remastered is typically the same game. Difference between port and a remaster is port is just, it's the same game. They do the minimal amount to make the game function on that new platform, And they didn't even do that with Wonderful 101. That's the thing that bothers me. That game is still 100% a fucking Wii U game. They didn't try to make it work better on other consoles. They were just kind of like, good enough. They rigged it together in not unlike a lot of people do with fucking emulators. Like, a lot of people play games on emulators where it's like, how would you play a DS game on, or a 3DS game on emulator when it has gyro controls? Oh, I'm gonna fucking jerry-rig the gyro controls to the mouse. Like, that's what they did with Wonderful 101. They were just like, we'll kind of make the drawing mechanic work on the right stick, I guess. It barely functions, but you could tell that they didn't care that much. Remaster typically takes the original game and updates it, but at its core, it's still the original game. They just add a new coat of paint. They redo the voice acting. They add new models for everything. They update the music to sound better, stuff like that. They might improve faults that were in the original version of the game that people didn't like. They might find stuff where they're like, well, this part of the game didn't work very well, so we're gonna change this. Not necessarily change it, but we might, like, take this part out. Fucking finally. Okay, finally. Actually giving me some shit I need. Look at that. It's amazing. Let's break all of these. Because we have the ability to do it, so fuck it. We'll see if it's anything we need. So far, nope. But yeah, that's one of my big issues with Wonderful 101 is it's very much a dishonest port. They were like, remastered, because that's what we call everything these days, but they didn't actually remaster it. They were just kind of like, here's the same game. It barely functions on this new platform. The interface is awful, because it was designed for a low-resolution platform, and now we're on high-resolution. Hey Raiders, how's it going? I was a little behind on chat, so that's pretty good timing. Anyway, that was kind of ranty, Sarah, but I hope that answered your question. Let's see. Playing with Karma, Kenny Rama, Kyle Dupless, Sensei Rain himself, how you doing? What were you up to tonight? Thanks everyone for coming along on the raid, by the way. Still scanning chat to see what else is being talked about. For those that don't know, which is probably everybody, this is Moonlighter. It's what I refer to as a hybrid game, because it kind of has like two halves, and I think a lot of games will try to balance. They'll try to do that, right? They'll try to have two halves and try to balance them, and I feel like most games mess it up. I feel like this game does pretty well. I have 10 of those. 10 of that wood. Is that going to be enough? I don't think it's gonna be. I can try it, see what he says, but I don't think it's gonna work. The part we're focusing on right now, that's not gonna work. Yeah, it's like 4 less. He's not gonna take that. He might. Let's try it. Let's try it. Nice. Love it. Love it. So the part we're focusing on, the whole concept is that you run a shop, but by night, you are a dungeon diver. So you go down to the dungeon, you find loot, you bring it back in the morning, sell it in your shop to make money, use that money to upgrade your equipment so you can go deeper into the dungeon, get more loot, bring it back, sell it, make more money. So every day you're running the shop, every night you're going into the dungeons. you can also do the dungeons during the day, so you can do dungeons whenever you want, but you can only run the shop during the day. We're just not doing that anymore, because we're so close to the end of the game, and I have 23 million gold. I just don't need money. So, we're just trying to, like, kind of finish things up. We actually do have all of the pets. That's fantastic. But I'm trying to get enough to trade for all my equipment upgrade before we go and finish this game up. And so Blinky Blink, how's it going? Thanks for coming along on the raid. Oh, you were doing Jackbox tonight. That sounds like it was probably a good time. Hey Volpe, how's it going? Okay, let me see. I can't do that yet. Oh, I can't do that one yet either, because I still need more of those crystal things. Oh, right, for that. That's the one he wanted the Golem King blueprints for, which are rare as shit. That guy's an asshole. And then what do we need for this? 2 of those again. And 2 of those. So I still need 2 more of the white scrap. Right? Because I need 2 for those and 2 for both of these. Yeah. I need 4 of the chain metal scrap, whatever that is. And then 1 more of the crystals. Okay. And at the moment, there's not a whole lot we can do about trading that. Oops. Yeah, we can only do this, and he requires Golem King blueprints, which are super rare, and a lot of them at that. So I'm just gonna have to wait for his stock to change. It's unfortunate. So I guess we're just gonna see how far we can get down in the dungeon instead. I wish I could translate this gold into, like, actual money. I'm fucking loaded in this game. And there's, like, nothing to use it on, which is sad. Alright, we're gonna go to 4-6. That's what we're gonna go. No, Volpe was probably at his class. At his art class. I could see you thinking that he was here the whole time, though. I'm still working on the custom Smash rule set that you inspired me to do, Sensei, by the way. With your Pokemon rule sets that you do. That was something I'd been wanting to do for a while, is come up with rule sets to kind of, like, encourage people to play in different ways. But I was never too sure people were going to be that into it, so I never really committed fully, until you were telling me about those Pokemon rule sets that one night, and I was like, that's it. That's it. That's what I want to do. And hey, it looks like people do like it, so hey, maybe we should try it. It's again what we were talking about earlier, is there's a difference between stealing an idea and being inspired and coming up with your own idea. We don't want to go that way just yet. We want more loot. Even though I kind of do want to... I was going to say, what? There's no enemies here. Interesting. It wasn't an art class, it was a martial arts class, which he thinks counts as an art class. He doesn't think it counts as an art class. He was trolling and said it counts as an art class. Although he does also draw. He does also draw. I think he's posted some stuff in Discord before. I don't think Sarah posted anything, no. You love inspiring people to do new stuff. Yeah, we were kind of talking about that earlier with, like... Because, again, the idea of, like, plagiarizing came up. And I was like, well, if I'm encouraging people to do new things, as long as they're finding their own spin on it, I think that's super cool. In fact, that's what I want people to do. I know a few viewers have started playing Mega Man games just from watching me play them, and I'm like, that's awesome. Please continue. Both from a casual standpoint and from a streaming standpoint. It's like, that's all awesome. It's all good. Do it. Get off of me. I hate these flying enemies. Dude, do you mind? But yeah, even in, way back in the day with Smash Brothers Brawl, my, local friends and I, we played it, like, every week, and we came up with a thing where everyone played random, and if you won as a character, you had to continue playing as that character until you lost, or until you won, like, 3 matches in a row. And we really liked it, and I was always like, that would be cool to do on stream, but I feel like that's, like, too much to manage. That and Smash Arenas kind of suck, and would make it very not intuitive to do that. Just because with the way you have to, like, get out of line to go switch your character and shit. So I was like, I have to come up with something different than that. It's like that, if that on its own isn't gonna work. But something like that encourages people to do things other than just camp on their fucking try-hard top-tier main the entire night. Because that's why I stopped streaming Smash, just because people were just like, I'm gonna play Joker all night. And I'm like, then I'm gonna not have fun all night. Thank you. So, because I get bored fighting the same character all night long. That's some good loot. What are we doing here? Okay, let's send this home. Because again, I forgot to bank it. I don't want to, like, fuck up and lose that. Let's just do this. And this. And I don't think the curses we're gonna do just yet. So yeah, even though I say this game has 2 halves, you also have this, which is your inventory management. And we were... apologies to everyone who was here, like, 2 hours ago, or an hour and a half ago when I explained it the first time, but I think it's important to know. I really like this game. I really recommend it. So that's... like, I'm always excited to explain everything there is about it so that people can potentially take an interest in it. But you have this, like, inventory management puzzle thing, and anyone who's played a game like Diablo or Borderlands... Nah, I don't think Borderlands really does it. But where you have to, like, Tetris your inventory together, you probably think that sounds fucking disgusting. And it is. But... and this, the items have curses on them, which limits where you can put them in your inventory, or they'll, like, interact with other items in your inventory. So, for example, these, with the 2 horizontal lines, can only be put on the top or the bottom row of your inventory. This one breaks other curses it's pointing at, so we're trying to, like, we're pointing them off of the grid so we can save them for later. This one breaks whatever it's pointing at when you return to town. This one duplicates whatever that artifact... It turns the artifact it's pointing at into itself when you return to town. So we're also kind of saving that one, because I don't necessarily have anything that I can do with that just yet. But it will be useful later. That's just a lore point, which we're not going to worry about. Didn't I have potions on me? Did I use those? Let's go ahead and pop one of those. Yeah, there is a distinct difference between stealing an idea and being inspired. That's what we were talking about. I think as long as you put your own spin on it, then it's fine, for the most part. It's so quiet. There we go. So give me some music. Another thing I really like about this game is the soundtrack's just, like, pretty good, and it's pretty chill, and it's good background music if we stop and just chat for a while, which is pretty nice. This is a boss level, right? Yeah. Let's fuck him up real quick. Corrupt Dimensional Watcher. He's just kind of standing there and getting beat. Later. Golem Turret Familiar Amulet. That's one of those ones that breaks when we leave the dungeon, though. I'm not going to even bother picking that up, to be honest. Let's go back to Hot Spring. Heal up. Yum. We're just gonna sit here and listen to music for a little bit while I continue reading chat. Yeah, we were talking to somebody earlier that was having some, plagiarism issues, where someone else was basically doing the exact same thing they were doing within the same day, and I was like, oh man, that's not okay. And Sensei, thank you for the donation, by the way. Sorry I missed that while I was so focused on, like, trying to get to a comfortable music spot for chatting. It says the spirit of inspiration compels you. It does. It does. It's the point of being a content creator, right? It's like, I think that's the appeal of being in a community like that, is inspiring others and pulling inspiration from them as well.
Hey Riley, welcome back, by the way.
And yeah, I think, do you say with any due credit or consideration of permission from the source? That's another thing, like we were talking earlier about, like, I think if you're inspired by other channels and you are open and say, hey, like, these are some channels that inspired me, I think that's, like, considerably more okay. I don't necessarily think you need to ask permission. It's like, we tend to not own these ideas, right? But at least acknowledge the fact that, yeah, this person helped shape this. In this case, with this Smash idea, like, it was something I already had cooking, but you inspired me to take it more seriously. Twain of Students of Gaming helped me to, like, fine-tune it a little bit, because he was also interested, so he offered some input. So that's, like, major driving points to actually making it become a thing, if it does become a thing. We might try that next week and see how it goes. I think after we finish Spyro 2, we're gonna start putting that on Fridays and see how that goes. I'm getting a whopping headache all of a sudden. What the hell? Oh, it's because the temperature dropped 20 degrees in the last, like, 3 hours. What the hell? That would do it. That'll mess with your head, alright. It was 88 when I got up. It's now 68. What? Weather just does what weather does, I guess. Of course, now they're dropping tons of those golden strands, which is the stuff we needed earlier. Just, you know, fucking whatever, you know? Desire sensor at its best. This game also has a desire sensor. For those that don't know what a desire sensor is, that's something that Monster Hunter games have, where The game can actually detect when you need something and refuse to drop it. It's amazing technology. I don't know how it works, but it works. It is a thing. Right, let's start breaking some of these and see what we got. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I'm bad. Don't do that. That was the mistake. Well, at least we got some more curse breakers here, so that's good. Let's drop that. Drink this. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Back over here. There you go. Let's grab those. So we still have a couple curse breakers that we can make some magic happen with. Let's... This is the one that duplicates when we leave town, so we're gonna do that. Okay. I guess I'll grab the plastic squares. They're not terribly useful, but I do have to keep in mind I'm in the higher level, the higher difficulty dungeons now, and I need to not do anything. Need to pay attention to my health and shit. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Okay. How do we want to do this? Let's just send... This one sends whatever it's pointing at home, so we're just gonna send that one back to the stash. That's just more curse breakers, which is good. This doesn't sell for shit, so we're not even gonna bother carrying that one. That one doesn't sell for shit either. Let's also get rid of that. If we... Let's move this up here, break this, and we can merge those. The rest of the curse breakers we don't really want to use. They're not super useful at the moment. Let's break one of these, though, so that those don't break. Put you back here. I think that's good for now. Ooh, good stuff. It's surprising. Even every time I explain the concept of the inventory management in this game, I'm like, this sounds like a nightmare. Who would like this? But it's surprisingly immersive. Why is there no music? Now's not a good time to pause. Hold on. Let's beat this pyro-looking ass real quick, and then, Oh, I didn't want all of that stuff. I only wanted some of it. Oh, I guess I didn't get all of it. I thought I did. Just not paying attention. These are important. We want those. So we want to break... Wow, we have so many curse breakers. This is fantastic. Okay, let's break that. Bring this in here. Put you here. Going to do this. Stack those. I guess that one can come with us. Bring you. Break that. Merge those. Take you. Merge these. And grab these. That'll do for now, I guess. Alright, well now we got some music, so... as someone who wants to be an educator in the future, I didn't know, I mean, I guess that makes sense, because Sensei Rain, but, you know, I didn't know that was something you wanted to pursue. Oh, my life is all about inspiring others, so someone saying my idea took them to a new idea is the best. Yeah, like, I was saying, I mentioned a little bit ago that I play a lot of Mega Man here, and I've seen other viewers pick it up, as a result, like, Riley got really interested in it for a while. Volpe just recently picked it up. JMT's been trying to play through them and has started wanting to speedrun them from watching me and Twain do it. It's like, that's an amazing feeling, for sure. Oh yeah, I get what you mean on permission. Yeah. Some things do require black and white permission, like... I was poking around on YouTube the other night, and I found somebody that did Sega Genesis-style remixes of the Sonic Forces soundtrack, and I was like, these are super cool. And if I wanted to use those on the channel in some way, all it really takes is shooting the guy a line and saying, hey, would you mind if I use these? He had something in the description that said, hey, feel free to use this in your stuff. But you know what? I'd still send him a message and still say, hey, would you mind if I used this stuff? Because I feel like it's just basic common courtesy, right? Like, that's just something you should do. And hey, it's also networking, which is important. Oh no, not this lad. Because then, hey, he might check out the channel. He might then plug it if he likes what he sees. So, you know, it's a two-way street. Both sides can benefit. But if you just outright take, the other side's not going to benefit. And you might not even benefit. Oop, that's not where I'm gonna be. What level am I on? 7? Okay. That figures. I never noticed how frequently the number 7 comes up until I met a streamer named 7, and now I'm like, huh. And every time the number comes up, whenever we talk about Mega Man 7 or Final Fantasy 7 and we paraphrase it as just 7, you know she's like, huh? What? Like, damn. It's actually something I was thinking about a couple weeks ago. I don't think I actually told View this, but I was like, if View would ever rebrand his channel away from Viewtiful TV to just View, which I think he's talked about before, can you imagine the nightmare of seeing the word View highlighted in stream chats? Like, there'd be no escaping it. People talk about views all the time. Viewers, it would all be highlighted with his name. It would be horrible. Like, I need to point that out to him, because that's a consequence that you must be aware of if you're gonna make a decision like that. Yeah, because how many words have the word Eno in them? That's probably infuriating. I'm surprised you didn't change it back to Mr. Eno. Or was that a different account? I don't remember if that was a different account or if you changed it. But still. I would find that infuriating. For sure. Yeah, whenever we're talking about Casino Night being the visual representation of anxiety, that's... There you go. Whenever someone decides to talk about Childish Gambino, you just can't escape it. Yeah, Asaronai, is that what it was? I remember the first few times I saw it, I was like, what the fuck? What is that name? And then eventually, like, I like to think I'm typically pretty good with, like, figuring out pronunciations of names. I don't trip over them too much. I remember when you changed the name and I, like, missed the memo, and just all of a sudden I had this Sensei Rain on my sub feed, and I was like, who the hell is this guy? Then eventually I had to just boot up a stream, and I was like, oh, it's this one. Gotcha. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, more curse breakers. Fuck. Okay, well, we want to break this. And then merge that. Oh, what's the stuff that doesn't sell for very well? Plastic cloth doesn't sell for shit. Let's get rid of you. That sells a little bit better. Let's get rid of that and bring this on for another curse. They're not giving us enough curses to break at this point. Those don't sell for that much, I guess. The flames don't sell for much either. Let's also get rid of that. And then we'll grab these. Okay, that'll do. So people talk about dinosaurs, that's highlighted. Guy earlier said minor. Yeah. How many people mispronounce sensei? Really? That's surprising. A lot of people mispronounce Nintagious. That's fairly... It's gotten better. It used to be pretty bad. But then I think I've been around long enough that people don't struggle with it as much now. I am dying. This is bad. But I remember when I, like, first started familiarizing myself with the community, there was a lot of, how the hell do you say that? It's starting to get pretty intense. Oh no. No. Okay, yikes, we're gonna need to take a potion here. Okay, what do we got? 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 More curses. That's fantastic. At this point, we're gonna start using the curses to break curses. No, we're gonna start using the curse breakers to break curse breakers. That really puts into perspective how ridiculous things are about to get. Alright, let's take that. Let's do this one. Because then we can merge this. And then if we do this, we can do this. And then we can put you here. There. Grab you back. I think we're gonna selectively just choose to not take this one. They sell for the same, so it doesn't really matter. Could drop that, or we could... Is there something else we have that doesn't sell for a whole lot? Not really. I feel like everything here sells for a decent amount. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stack these, and we're gonna leave one of them behind. And take the extra curses. I'm choosing to believe that those curses are gonna come in handy if I hang on to them. C7 in? What? Somebody tried to... Oh my lord. Sansy? No. Sinsoy? Sanzi? Sinsai is kind of like, okay, I can at least see where they got that one. That one's not the weirdest thing I've ever heard. That's the only one there where I'm kind of like, that's kind of close. That's kind of close. They mixed up, like, a vowel. I can let that one go. The others are, like, missing entire characters, which is kind of like, what the hell? To be fair, as a streamer... Was that last night we were talking about this? About, like, sometimes it can be hard to just pull everything in from chat while you're also trying to play a game. Some of it might be just misreading. They're not looking at the name long enough to actually figure out what does that say. I will put everything aside. If I see someone come in on a raid and I'm like, what does that name say? I will pause to be like, okay, I want to at least put a solid effort towards pronouncing that. Might not get it right, but I'd at least want to put an effort towards it. My limitation on that is the people that have names that are like 7 words long. That's when I'm like, I'm not reading that. That's not happening. Nope. If it's a name that's a 3-word name followed by an AKA followed by a 4-word name, you can forget it. You can forget it. I'm gonna call you only the first word in that name and you're gonna have to deal with it. Because you always try to say the whole thing, and then they're just like, you can call me Carl. And I'm like, Carl's not in that name! What? If you want people to call you Carl, make that your fucking name, please? The person in particular that I'm calling out, 1, doesn't come here, and 2, I couldn't even begin to remember what all was in their name anyway, but, Sensei is the most common. I mean, at least that's a little bit more forgivable than being like, Sensei Rain, how's it going? Like, that's, like, dude, what? Because especially Sensei is, like... Aren't there like old 80s movies that mispronounce sensei? So you can kind of forgive it. It's still like incorrect, but it's like, okay, I can see where you're coming up with that one at least. But then if you run into somebody who calls you Sneezy Rain, you're gonna be like, hello? That's the one where it's like, how the hell, how did you even read the name? Oh yeah, that's always fun when you try to pronounce it and they still get it wrong, and they're like... You say it's sensei. They're like, yeah, Cincy, that's what I said. Like, dude. You don't know how to use Discord. I'm not about to give my email out on stream, to be totally honest. That seems like a terrible idea. Unless I make an email specifically for a place people can send things, which I don't currently have one available. I still don't know why you're supposed to roll dodge through the fire to make them vulnerable to damage. That still seems so weird. See, I could even forgive people for accidentally saying senpai instead, because, like... Isn't senpai the other way around or something? I used to mix them up too, and then somebody explained them to me, and I forgot what they explained. Evil Will! He's the great sword user from my first playthrough. He's getting fucking bodied. Hello. Yeah, that's why the great sword sucks. That's why I stopped using it. Oh, it's a new sword. We'll take that. Sure. Hold on. We'll come back for those. mechanic big sword. What's it do? Big sword composed of several mechanical parts. When transformed, it is able to electrify enemies near the impact area while increasing attack speed. Okay. Okay. Wait. Someone came in one time saying, greetings from... I don't know what that is, to be honest. It might be something where you're going to explain it and I'm going to be like, oh. Is that the actual spelling? Or did they spell it wrong? My geographical skills are terrible, so... Senpai is like an idolization thing, right? I think. Where sensei is, like, teacher. Master. Maybe not master. Master in the sense of, like, kung fu master or something. The Napoleon Dynamite. Yeah, there you go. That's the other thing I was trying to think of, like, mainstream things that's been in that people would know it from. Aside from The Karate Kid, which I feel like could have been one of those movies that might have mispronounced it in the 80s. Country in North Africa. Tunisia? I think I have heard that before, but I could see that, like I said, as someone with terrible geographical skills, I could see that being something that, if somebody said that in chat, I'd be like, I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm a dumb American. I like cheeseburgers. Etc. I feel like it's one of those things where, like, if you watch a lot of anime, it's probably common knowledge to you. I do not watch a lot of anime, so... This is the one that we haven't done a lot of yet. New floor height. This is where, like, the dimensions are being ripped apart. I remember coming here last stream, but we didn't go very far. So let's see what happens. It's a really neat effect with the floors being all, like, ripped the way they are. I like it. You Wizrobe looking ass. Get over here. There we go. No! Get... Oh my god, I hate everything about you. There we go. Oh, I lost some globs. Give me them globs. Let's go back this way. Stole my stuff from me? You son of a... Look, more curse breakers. Okay, let me see. We're gonna want to split that and use it twice, because that sends things home. So let's send that home, because that's a full stack of 5. let's send that home, because we're probably not going to get any more. Let's stack those. Gonna grab this again. Let's grab you. Let's break that. This is a pretty chill jam. I'm into it. These don't sell for that much, do they? It's still 1800. Coins don't sell for much. So those might be worth just getting rid of. The Curse Break is useful, but we already have so many that it's kind of whatever. Dimensional Fungus doesn't sell for a whole lot either. We're gonna have to start splitting hairs like this. These still sell for a lot, right? That's still 1800. Those are worth it. Okay, let's grab you. I think everything else can stay. Something you soak up and internalize the more Japanese, you know. Yeah, that makes sense. I studied it for a couple of years, like probably like 15 years ago. None of it stayed. I didn't retain any of that knowledge. Alright, Rand, take it easy. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out for a bit, and bringing the raid over as well, and for the donation. If you guys haven't checked out Sensei Raid before, he has an amazing raid dance that he does when he gets raided. I haven't been able to stop in quite some time, unfortunately. But he does a nice variety of stuff. I feel like he's always playing something new. Like, part of me wants to say, like, oh, he plays Fire Emblem Three Houses, and he plays Pokemon. And I think you were playing a Zelda game for a while there, but that's all done, right? And you're playing new stuff now, and I don't even know what you're playing now, which is great because I love seeing streamers like doing a variety of stuff. So I think 7 dropped his link earlier. Let's try it again really quick. That's right, yeah, you're playing through Mass Effect now. I don't know if you're doing the whole trilogy, if you're just doing one of them. There's a few spin-offs too, isn't there? I don't know anything about that franchise, other than everybody hated the ending of the third game. That's all I know. Gotta do so much damage. Got my potion back, good stuff. Let's get rid of this. I can grab you. Which those actually don't sell for that much. Never mind, let's get rid of that. I don't know if the plate does either. That's also on the lower end. Those used to be really valuable because I needed them for, let's get rid of this too, just to free up some inventory space. I needed them for some of my equipment, so that used to be very valuable. Oh my god, the thing just won't die. I would just learn how to use Discord, to be honest, Sarah. Yeah, that's right. I've seen you doing Halo recently, too. I have a Twitter. I don't really, like, use it. I mean, you're 14. Aren't you supposed to be good at technology? Discord's not that difficult. I just learned how to use it. Unless you don't... You have enough hours to have access to that channel, right? I'm pretty sure you do. Oh, he missed. Maniac. There you go. Look at it this way. Volpe used to say the same thing, that he just didn't understand Discord, and he figured it out. What do you think, Volpe? Do you think Sarah can figure it out? Ooh, bars! Okay, give me that. Get rid of these. Grab you. That's important. Okay, we finally got some stuff that we can curse break. Alright, let's see. Let's do one of these. This. Ew, coins. Those are the ones that don't sell for a whole lot. We'll take them if we can make room, but if we can't, we can't. I guess that works out. I'd really like to break those curses. Is it worth it? Not at the moment. Wait till we find another treasure chest. Lots of rando multiplayer. Yeah, you do Smash relatively often, right? And yeah, of course, the Pokemon with the interesting rule sets. I know you do, like, gym battle rule sets, or you can only use Pokemon from a certain region or something. Oh, do I need to be live for you to use Discord? No, it's always there. Yeah, 23 hours a day, 6 days a week. All 23 hours, all 6 days. Yeah, she's on the Discord. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you joined it the other day. You joined it when Lightgazer joined it, I think. Okay, so that's a boss. Let's go back over here. Oh my god, this thing's terrifying. And also making me want to play Link's Awakening. Which is weird because there's only one of those enemies in all of Link's Awakening, so why do I have that connection? I guess because Zelda and I like Link's Awakening. Scavenging log 1873. Shine good, shine better. My sweet, my shine, mine. Why do I have a feeling this guy's gonna be like the final boss? I guess just because I want to believe that this is all leading up to something. Let me see. I really don't want to break these curses just yet. Oh, there's some treasure. Okay, let's see what we're working with. Get this pyro-looking ass out of here. Give me those back. Jerk. Ow. Oh, I'm dying. Potion. Okay. Oh, yikes. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, this is fine. We're gonna take this, and we're gonna break it. And then we can stack those. This one we want to break. Coins can go. Are those supposed to be coins? It kind of doesn't look like it. Kind of looks like a pile of just rubbish. To me. Alright, so I want to break those. If we use one of these, I almost fucked it. I almost fucked it. Okay, put that there. If we do this, put you here, put that there. We're gonna keep that one behind. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. That'll do. We can pick up some of that, which that's probably the only one that sells decently well. Alright, this isn't the final floor. If it was the final floor, I wouldn't want to go in just yet, because I don't want to lose all this gear. Loot, rather. Oh, that doesn't bode well. This might be the final floor. Let me, wow, this is taking a while to load. Let me drop some pixels for 20 likes. I did not post them for 50, so... just got a big fat chunk of them. Alright, this is the final floor. I don't know why it took so long to load. Wizrobe looking ass. Get out of here. I guess maybe because I've never been here. Like, I've never been on this floor. So they were like, we have to... oh, shit. Everything's taking so long to die now. Gonna need that, like, final upgrade for the weapon, if nothing else. We're here already? This last floor is short. Well, here we go again. Alright, let's see what we can make happen. Let's break you. Actually, this can just be stashed here. That's fine. Oh, we have so much loot. Too much loot. Oh, I just goofed. Oh well, that's fine. That's another reason why I want to get out of here soon, because we just have so much stuff. Ooh, final log. Scavenging log 99999. Oh yeah, he's gone. He's gone. He's so gone that he thinks that there's only 23 hours in a day, 6 days in a week, and that the Earth is flat. Do you think they just have one less of everything? Do they also only have 11 months in a year? Because they didn't go into that detail. I don't think, they didn't say anything about years passing in that game. I don't know if they're actually, like, tracking how much time has passed. Ooh, we got some home senders. We got 3 of them? Yo, this is good. Okay. I'll send you home. We're gonna send you home. And we're gonna send you home. Oh, baby. Feels good, man. Okay, let's break both of these. Oops, not like that. I'm gonna do this. Put you over here. I'm gonna do this. Put you here. And then we can break these too. Oh, this is a good haul of loot right here. Okay, there's that. We're gonna put you here. We're gonna grab you, put you there. This here. This, oh baby, this fits there perfectly. I love it. Grab this, and grab this. Damn! That inventory management, though, it's really satisfying. It's really satisfying. Oh, I don't want to go in on the boss just yet. Part of me does. Part of me's like, nah, fuck it, let's do it. What's the worst that... Oh god, that door looks evil as fuck. Alright, let me run back here and do this. Eno could be a dog or a hamster or a robot for all you know. You know what? You're not wrong. He could be, I guess. What do we know? Oh, this one's bad. We don't have any curse breakers. We have home senders, but we don't have curse breakers. I'm totally making up all of these terms as we play, by the way. These are not canon terms. Well, we do have... Yeah, we have home senders, so we can use that at least, which is cool. But yeah, we can't break any of these to find out what they are, which is a little unfortunate. Oh, Eno's a famous character in the anime N-word. I do believe I am familiar with that character. We're not gonna bother with any of these. Oh, what do you guys think? I have 4 potions. Should I just go in and see what happens? What do we stand to lose if it goes horribly wrong? I mean, I guess it's all just money, right? So it doesn't matter. We don't actually need any of this stuff. It's just money. It's him? You destroyed the machine, but thanks to you, today I recover my body. Why did you encourage us to get this far then? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's that thing! Oh shit. Well, that's a bit of an issue. This is that thing. Do you guys remember if you hang out on a floor for too long, that monster shows up to try and kill you? That's this thing. Oh, this isn't good. I'm not liking this at all. Oh god, it's so hard to dodge. I'm kind of destroying him, to be honest. Fuck. But he probably has more than one form. Oh, this ain't gonna be good. These animations are crazy. Enraged Wanderer. That was something. Don't make me jump or lose all my shit, you asshole. Ow. Oh my god. Oh, I don't like this. There's nothing okay with what's happening. Still no problem. He probably has another form. I'm melting, etc. Is he dead? Is he dead? You better hope Twain's not lurking. I might have to tell on you again. God, the load times in this game are kind of unreal. Do you think he's okay in there? He seemed pretty confident. Did I seem pretty confident? I don't think I was pretty confident. How unsightly. Will explain what occurred in there. Hey buddy, are you alright? So what occurred inside the portal? Shut it, it's always it's always business with you, Todd. Yeah, fuck Todd. Oh man, I have a soft spot for, like, in a fantasy game when they give someone a super normal name. Like, it just makes me laugh. Oh boy. Had us scared there for a bit, buddy. What happened in there? Shut up, Boomer. You fought the Wanderer and conquered it. But the portal is still there. What does that mean? I can attempt to explain that. Due to a portal leading to a dimension between dimensions, a place between places, if you will, time does not function properly there. It moves forward, but not really. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Essentially, the realm is stuck in a time loop, meaning the Wanderer is still alive in there, in a sort of immortal cycle of agony. It is no wonder he went mad. What does that mean for our town? Well, since Will has defeated him once and the resulting conflict did not cause any fluctuations outside the portal, we're going to move forward with the full ICT introduction. But what about the Wanderer? We're bringing in a special team to extract him from the loop. Until then, he will just have to endure his torment. The portal is to remain open till we can sort the time loop out. Since no damage is actually done to him or the realm within, we will allow continued exploration of the portal as well, at least until we can take it down and the ICT begins to fully support Rhinoka. So there you go. Good job, Will. The Watchers thank you. Take this strange weapon as a gift? The fuck? You're just like giving me a bow? Okay, I should be leaving now. Will, thank you for your bravery. Hope to see you all in the future. Will of Moonlighter. Shut up, Boomer. Now you're gonna be like, I really wish you wouldn't save the world next time. Fucking asshole. Why am I fighting pistachio ice cream? Because it's pistachio ice cream, man. Someone's gotta fight for justice. Like Al from What about Al? Oh, yeah. Because of the name. I get you. Yeah. Rest in peace, Al. Now conqueror of the dimension between dimensions. I live in the most amazing time indeed. Huh, he didn't say anything Boomer-esque. Like, when we beat the normal game, he was literally like, good work, but I told you not to save the world, so next time could you just not? Definitive Boomer. And he doesn't bring anything to the story otherwise. I hate that character. These credits are too long, and I don't know if I feel like sitting through them. Even though the music's pleasant. Well, I'm glad that I didn't have to grind out the full upgrades to my gear to be able to do that. Going for full upgrades probably would have been total overkill, and it was about to turn really grindy. So I'm glad I didn't have to do that. I was already getting a little salty with how grindy it was, so... I'm glad that it didn't get worse in that regard. Overall, I still really liked this game. I know multiple times in this playthrough, it probably didn't seem like I was enjoying it, just because of... I feel like it did overstay its welcome a little bit. The DLC just wound up being way longer than I expected. Also, to be fair, this is my third time playing through the game, so... You know... I feel like I'm almost a little justified in saying it kind of overstayed its welcome. Like, yeah. Oh yeah, the backers, that's gonna take forever, but whatever, we're talking at the moment, so we'll let that go. I remember there was a speed up button, so, yeah, so when it first came out on Switch, I think I got it, like, right away when it came out on Switch, right? Maybe not, though. I played through it the first time, and then I did a New Game Plus file, because, like, that's how much fun I was having with it. And then when we did the DLC, this was, like, exactly a year later when we started playing it again. So I started a new file, went through the game, and then did the DLC. The DLC took, like, 3 episodes on its own. Like, the DLC was pretty fucking long. And it's a good value, too, because it was only $6. So, it's not bad at all. It did get a little grindy in a way I didn't like, because it expects you to go back to older dungeons, which is so pointless, because you can just kill everything in one hit, and it's kind of like... It would have been fine if the drops were better, but I often found myself looking for, like, one drop, and it was just refusing to drop, and I was just wasting time trying to get it done. That was kind of my only complaint, I think. I can think of a laundry list of improvements that they could make to this game, but I wouldn't say any of the faults I found were enough to actually make me stop having fun. I still really like it. I'd recommend it. It balances the different types of gameplay very well. A lot of games that try to do that don't do it very well, in my opinion. Most games try to do that, and they'll be like, we want we want to be this game, but we also want to be we want to be half this game, but also half of this game. Usually what happens is they polish that one half of the game almost to perfection. And it's like, this half of the game is really good. And then the other half of the game just feels like a glorified mini-game, and you're like, you wind up not looking forward to it, because you're like, what's the point? It's too shallow. I felt like that wasn't the case with this game. I felt like both halves were very well balanced. The shopkeeping only got pointless towards the end of the DLC because I just had more money than I ever was going to need. Ever. So... But that took until the DLC for that to happen. So I'd say... And even then it was like the end of the DLC for it to happen. And I think that's because low-key I think I might have broken the game. Because I pointed out last stream, I think, that it hit a point where they were everything was always in demand. So I was able to mark everything up and make way more money than I probably was supposed to. And I don't think that was intended. I think I might have found a glitch there somewhere. So that might have been part of it, to be fair. But yeah, the two sides feel well balanced. I played a game like this before, and I do not remember what it was called, but it's a game I have on Steam, where it's the same kind of concept. It's like you're running a shop, but you're also hiring adventurers and going down into the dungeons to get more stuff to bring up to sell. And that was very much... Neither of those halves felt like a whole game. And they do feel like a whole game here, which is key. I think that's what makes it work so well. It feels like both of them are fully fledged games. That might be a bit of an overstatement. The shop management, if that was its own game, it probably is a little lacking in depth. It would get pretty redundant pretty quickly if that's all you were doing. Because, like, prices don't really vary. If you play the game enough, you're just gonna know the value of all the prices, of all the items, because the prices don't change. The prices aren't procedurally generated, which makes it feel a little shallow. You have high demand and low demand. Low demand kind of never becomes a thing. Low demand is usually when you way overprice something, and then they get pissed, and they are like, well, now it's in low demand, because now we don't want this, because you're trying to oversell it. Aside from that, low demand doesn't come up very often. High demand is just a nice little reward you get every now and then, where you're like, wow, I can sell this thing for higher. It's not much of a variation, though. But overall, because of the balance, it still works really well. Like, just the back and forth. You got the sale day, you got the dungeon night, sale day, dungeon night, sale day. It just balances. And I never felt like I was like, man, I don't feel like doing a store day today. I feel like just going and back into the other dungeon. First of all, if you can do that, you can just do dungeon. You only really have to do sale days if you need money. But I never felt like that was the case. A lot of games that are trying to be 2 games in 1, even to a lesser extent, if you look at games like Sonic Unleashed, where you got the daytime stages and the nighttime stages, if you look at Kid Icarus Uprising, where you got the flight sections and then you have the on-the-ground sections, look at Star Fox Assault, where you have the R-Wing missions, and you have the Landmaster missions, and you have the on-foot missions. Typically, one of those types of stages, one of those designed game mechanics, is just better than the others, and you just find yourself wanting to skip one of them so you can get back to the one that's good. And again, I didn't ever feel that way in this game. I didn't feel like that was an issue. I just wanted more of it. And I think that's the best complaint you can have
about a game. I think if your complaint is that you just want more, and you just look forward to what's next, that's, like, the best compliment you can give a developer, honestly. If you're like, I just want more. I really hope they make a sequel someday. I can see where they could improve on this game. It's not improvements that hold the game back, but it's enough that you can see that there's a future, that they could make another one. I think, like, adding multiplayer would be kind of neat. There's little optimization things, like it sometimes doesn't run very smoothly. Like, it has, like, some frame rate issues here and there. It gets, like, a little choppy. Responsive controls. Like, controls could be a little bit more responsive in some places. But overall, it's, like, good enough that none of that brings it down, is the important thing. I have to, like, really... I have to really look to find those flaws, is what I'm getting at. Get through this a little bit faster. We filled, like... what? 60% of the alphabet with chatter. Am I saying Kid Icarus Uprising is a bad game? No. It's very much a... It's like what View was saying about Wonderful 101. I feel like Uprising could have been much better than it was. Like, it wasn't necessarily bad, but it had way more potential than what they wound up getting out of it. I really liked some parts of it, and I really didn't like other parts of it. I thought the flight segments were amazing. I thought the overall presentation of the game was really good. They do that Star Fox 64 thing where they acknowledge the fact that they don't have to stop you to talk at you. They can just keep talking while you're playing the game, which is super cool. All the characters are cool, the voice acting is good, the storyline is, like, it's not the most engaging storyline ever, but it's very much a roller coaster. There's always something crazy happening, and it keeps you engaged, because you're like, dude, like, what is any of this? I don't even want this fucking thing. It definitely has its upsides, but it's not, like, a perfect game. It's another game I feel deserves a Switch port. I feel like they should, like, take the crappy stylus controls out, give it, like, true controller controls, and re-release it and give it another shot. We have a lot of shit to sell and no reason to do it. I don't particularly want to end the stream already, even though we are done. I guess we're only about an hour early. Maybe we could. That might give us an opportunity to, like... Let me see who's live. Let me see who's live. Let me see what we're dealing with raid target-wise. If we have a good raid target that we don't get to hit very often, then maybe we'll do that. If we don't, then we'll probably just keep going for a little bit. I'd like to go over there, but I'm not too into what they're playing. But that's one that I've been wanting to raid for a while. People consider Uprising as best game. Really? I don't think I've ever heard that. I mean, I do think it's very similar to Wonderful 101, where when it's going when the game is good, holy shit, is it good? But there's a lot of sections of that game where you're just kind of like, wow, this really could have used a little bit more time in the oven.
Especially, like, the on-foot sections I was really not a big fan of. The controls were very clunky. I kind of want to see, like, is there a post-game here? Is that a thing? Or does it just continue doing what you were already doing? I assume it's that. I assume it's just fully upgrade your stuff and just keep playing. Which I don't really feel the need to max level all of my equipment, because I didn't need to, so it's kind of why. I am very tired and I'm hungry, so stopping and raiding is probably a good idea. It's like it's only an hour early. That's not too bad. I don't really like ending early, but it's only an hour early. That's not that insane, right? That's the way I'm looking at it. I just have to figure out which of these targets I want to raid. Let's see what's going on over here. I've really been wanting to raid this one because they raid us pretty frequently, and I never get the opportunity to stop over there. So I feel like that could potentially be an idea. And I haven't seen much of this game, so maybe we should do that. I feel like it hasn't been live for too long either. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that while we have the opportunity to do it, because we don't get that opportunity very often. So, hopefully you guys are still hanging around and raid ready. Whoa, why does that link look so fucking long? Weird. Whoops. So yeah, we'll call it quits early. I think that worked out pretty smoothly. I'm glad that I just tried the boss out. Shoutouts to those who peer pressured me into doing it. I know Seven was like, do it. So there you go. Because I might have dragged it out for another hour, trying to be like, nah, I'm not ready yet. We need more armor, and then we might have gone overtime again, and then I would have been infuriated because I really wanted to finish the game tonight. As much as I like it, I was ready for it to be over. I was ready to move on to the next game. Okay, so we're off tomorrow. I actually don't know if I'm racing with Twain tomorrow. I don't think we are, but we might be. Stay tuned on the Discord, and I'll let you know if we are. Thursday we'll be back for more Monster Hunter. Friday we'll continue Spyro 2. Same thing with this game on Spyro 2, where I want to finish it on Friday. We might potentially end early and then do another stream on Saturday, like a shorter stream to finish it on Saturday, because I'd really like to kind of get that done. We'll see what happens. Sunday we're gonna do more Mega Man speedrunning. I'm gonna focus more on the Robot Master speedruns. I'm gonna try to do 1 through 10 Robot Masters. I'm a little hesitant about trying that still, because it is a long run. And I feel like maybe I should practice the individuals more first. So I might change my mind on that. Next week, I don't know what's going on Monday and Tuesday yet. The plan was to do Graveyard Keeper one of those days, and then Automa Chef on another one of those days. But I was mentioning earlier that I'm kind of thinking about starting a Pokemon Nuzlocke on one of those days. So again, stay tuned. We'll see what happens. I'll probably be thinking about it tomorrow while I'm off to start trying to figure out, okay, what do I want to do here? So, otherwise, yeah, raid. Let's raid. Casey Latios is playing some Paper Mario the Origami King. He raids us all the time, and I'm never able to get a raid in over there because he's never still playing by the time I'm done raiding on most, or I'm done streaming on most nights. He did a Mario marathon not too long ago. I don't know if that was blind, but he did, like, I think the All-Stars versions of the game. I know he does a lot of Smash Brothers. I think he does Mario Kart a lot too. So yeah, let's stop in and see how he's doing. Like I said, I don't get a chance to stop in there ever. And I've been meaning to, because like I said, he raids us all the time, so I want to return some of that love. So I'll see you guys over there for that. I'll see you guys back here on Thursday for Monster Hunter. Thank you to View and Sensei Rain for the raids tonight. Be sure to check those guys out if you haven't already. And thank you everyone for just hanging out tonight, especially through this whole playthrough, really. Whether you're hanging out for a couple minutes or a couple hours, or watching offline, or chatting, or lurking, or however you choose to watch, it is appreciated. What am I forgetting? Pixels. I didn't do pixels. Hold on, pixels. There we go, pixels. Double thanks to Sensei Rain for the donation with the raid as well. And yeah, go raid. I'll see you guys over there, and I'll see you back here on Thursday. Take it easy. Thanks again for hanging out tonight.